The story begins with the world being destroyed again. The protagonist encountered a wild boss. She is very high level, has great strength and can kill with one hit, but fortunately, she is very attractive. The main character became a doomer and realized that he was finished. It all started with the fact that year, a game called Will of the Land merged with the real world. Monsters and various NPCs came to the earth. The world was in mortal danger, but fortunately, all people were able to become players. Everyone started from level 0 and got the opportunity to fight monsters, except for Cie. He waited in the system window for an answer, but it never came. With the most ordinary student from the most ordinary college. At the most important moment, something extraordinary happened. His character creation was interrupted. Cie says in surprise that his system window has disappeared. He finds that he can't even equip items, gain experience points, and cannot level up, and his own interface is crashing. An ordinary person cannot survive in the game world, and Cie fell into deep despair. How sad it would be to die without trying anything. He says with a smile on his face that he did everything he could. First, he needs to find a safe place and hide there, and then think of a survival plan. Cie says that fortunately he was given a backpack. He looks at the potions in his backpack and asks if they are for beginners. Cie looks at the system window and thoughtfully says that since he found himself in such a situation, he should first find a safe place and form a team of nearby players. He thinks about how to do this, when suddenly something starts flying from the sky towards him. Cie turns around and sees a huge pink beam. At the same time, an unknown guy looks at what is happening from afar and asks if he has come after all. Judgment Day. Cie hides behind a stone and watches as a monster shrouded in a pink aura walks along the ground. He wonders if it is a wild boss. The aura dissipates and in its place is the demon leader of the heavenly kings, Belial. She holds her hand to her chest and asks, so this was the place in the prophetic dream where the demon king appeared. Cie pokes his head out from behind the stone and wonders, is this an S-rank monster? He thinks Belial is very beautiful. She looks around. Belial licks her finger and says that she likes to wander into strange places. She turns her head and sees a store with stuffed toys. Belial says with a happy face that this is the place. She says loudly that she will wait for the demon king to come. Belial takes out a 100% accurate drawing of the main character and says that he appeared to her in a predictive dream. She jumps with happiness and waits to meet the demon king. Belial looks at the people who surrounded her and says that these people are spoiling the local scenery. They say with fear on their faces that they should hit the face first. Belial raised her hand surrounded by a pink aura and activated the skill clearing the territory. A huge pink circle consisting of aura is formed on the ground. Everything around explodes. The effect of this skill causes an instant explosion, and creatures 10 levels lower than the skill itself fall under its deadly wave. Cie looks at this and asks in surprise, what is this? Belial stands shrouded in aura and says that we humans have become very lazy, because the demon king himself is arriving, and they did not lay out a carpet. Cie hides behind a rock and trembles with fear. He thinks that he should quickly run. Belial turns around and looks at the rock behind which Cie is hiding and notices it. Belial heads towards Cie and asks how he was able to survive her attack. He covers his mouth with his hand and thinks that it is over. Suddenly, a yellow beam shrouded in aura flashes by. Cie looks at the beam in horror, which hits near him. He asks with fear on his face, what is this? The beam hits near Belial. She angrily says that it is an attack. Belial managed to dodge it. She bares her teeth in rage and says that it was Roland who did it. He approaches her and says that she is very worried. She asks in horror how he can say such a thing when he just blew the ground out from under her feet. Roland with a smile on his face says that there is no need to be so cruel to him. Roland is a priest and the highest power of humanity. His title is the Hope of Humanity. Belial points at him and loudly asks why he came. He with a smirk on his face says that it is obvious to imprison the newborn demon king. Besides, although he saw this place in the prophecy, he is not sure if it is the same one. Roland looks around and says that this is the same place. Belial, with a furious expression and enveloped in aura, loudly says that she will not allow him to carry out his plan against the demon king. She jumps towards Roland. Belial, with a bright pink light in his eyes, hits him. He crosses his arms and protects his head from the blow. She swings at him again and drops her drawing of the demon king. Belial hits the ground with his aura, and Roland conjures a one-handed weapon and continues the fight with a smirk on his face. Cie sits behind a rock and wonders in horror, who is he and where is he? Belial loses half of his health points from the blow he received. She can barely stand on her feet and asks if he thinks he can defeat her. She restores her health points and becomes stronger. Belial jumps towards Roland and loudly tells him to die. He, with beads of sweat on his face, thinks that she is crazy and it will still be bad if she kills him. At least he has an ace up his sleeve. She approaches Roland's hand with rage, and he holds an unknown piece of paper in his hand. Belial looks at it with a confused expression and asks, "What is this?" He showed her drawing of the Demon King. Belial stood there fascinated by her drawing, and at that moment Roland struck her in the face. She flew across the ground with great force towards Xiaoyi. He thinks with a puzzled expression that this is unbelievable. Belial rises up and sees that her drawing is torn. She holds it in her hand and thinks how, being a priest, he dared to use such a shameless trick against her and take advantage of her innocent love for the Demon King and harm the face of her king. Belial stands up in rage and turns his head to the stone. She meets Xiaoyi's gaze, who looks like Grand Master Oogway. She crosses her arms and with admiration on her face says loudly that she has finally waited for him. Roland runs towards Belial and cuts her in half. Xiaoyi looks at the scene in horror, Belial's blood splashing on his face. Roland holds his sword shrouded in yellow aura and says that everything is ready. Worthy of the title of Demon King, he threw such a dangerous situation at him, although it doesn't matter anymore. He only needs to set traps, wait for the Demon King to come and kill him again. If it is a first-level Demon King, then there should be no problem with him. He holds a trap in his hand and thinks with a smile on his face that he still needs to find the very place from the prophecy. Roland turns his head towards Xiaoyi and asks with a frightened face that this is the Demon King, and he was here all the time. He appeared so quietly, and all this time he was behind him? Roland activates the scanning skill. There was a malfunction in the scanning skill and he improved it. Roland used his skill on Xiaoyi again, and saw a demon completely unknown to him. He thinks, how is this possible? Roland thought in horror that even if he activated all his combat power, he would not be able to defeat him. Perhaps his plan was to let his subordinates attack him in a one-on-one fight, reduce his HP to the lowest point, and effortlessly finish him off and take his head. How cunning, and full of cruelty is this Demon King. His entire life flashed before his eyes. Roland put his hands together and formed a yellow aura. Xiaoyi stood up and brought his hand to his face to wipe away the blood. Roland thought with horror on his face that he was finished. In his mind, Xiaoyi formed an aura and asked how dare he harm him? The Demon King was angry and wanted the world to be destroyed. But in reality, Xiaoyi took out a flask and offered it to Roland. He looked at him with beads of sweat running down his face. Xiaoyi scratched his head and said that his HP was almost 0, but he still had this. He asks if he would mind drinking the potion. The Demon King knows nothing about his identity at all. After some time, the area of the merger between the Earth and their world has already reached 30% of the Earth's surface area. The people on the Earth have successfully awakened as players and started fighting monsters. The unknown man with a smile on his face says that it is very good, helping players develop. It is their job as NPCs. He looks out the window at the destroyed buildings and asks how Roland is doing. The guy in the suit says that the boss-level monster that led to the birth of the Demon King has been killed. He looks at the system window and says that if they kill the newborn Demon King next time, they will be able to win easily. Leave it to Roland, then they won't have to worry about anything. The man says with a smirk on his face, as expected of him, he was able to come up with such a clever attack tactic and gradually implement it. He is truly worthy of his status as the hope of humanity. At the same time, Xiaoyi holds a potion in his hand and asks if he is going to drink it. Roland looks at the potion with a fearful expression and wonders what this is. Should it be poison? Is he seeking revenge for his people? With beads of sweat on his face from excitement, he thinks that he can easily finish him off, but instead wants him to drink the poison. He probably won't let him die so easily. What a despicable demon. Having said this, he will definitely die if he refuses. Being ignorant, perhaps this will be his chance to survive. Roland uses his poison resistance ability to level 8, increases his health to level 11, magic defense level 9, and reaches level 10. He raises his attributes to level 10 and uses a top-grade luck enhancement. Roland drinks the potion with a scary face. He clenches his fists and waits for what will happen. His health points increase by 50. Roland holds the flask of the potion he drank in surprise and asks, was it just a normal beginner potion? Xiaoyi apologizes and says that he only had this in his bag. Roland puts his hand on his chest and thinks that he scared him to death. He thinks with beads of sweat on his face, how dare this vile demon king fool him. Xia Yi points to Roland's health and says that at least he was able to avoid death. He asks, what do they want on Earth? Xia Yi rubs his chin with his hand and says that he actually wants to ask something. How can I get to the nearest beginner safe zone? He says loudly with a thoughtful face that this is a place where low-level players with weak combat skills can slowly train. Roland thinks with a smirk on his face that this is what he has in mind. In the safe areas are the newly awakened adventurers, the ones who will defeat him in the future. He must want to kill them before they become stronger. This is truly a low act. He looks down and thinks that he will give them up just to survive? They are walking on a street with many destroyed buildings. Xia Yi says loudly with a happy face that he is a very good person. Roland thinks that after all this, he is the irreplaceable hope of humanity. He turns his head towards Xia Yi and thinks that he will use this chance to kill him. Suddenly, they look up and see a huge monster flying towards them. Roland takes out his sword and quickly slashes at the monster. He holds his sword and watches the explosion after its strong attack. Roland turns half of his body to the other side and sees several level 42 guardian demons flying towards him. He raises his sword and points it towards the demon's head and pierces it. He swings his sword in different directions and kills all the guardian demons with it. Xia Yi looks at this with admiration and thinks that even though his health points are very low, he is still able to deal with high-ranking monsters. He turns his head back with fear on his face and sees a monster with a green aura in its eyes jumping at him. The monster loudly says in its own language that it is its boss. Roland looks at this and wonders if he is going to do something about this. If so, they could gather more information about his combat combination. Xia Yi falls to the ground and holds onto Roland's sides with his hands. He begs him for help. A monster with a beard and bright red eyes jumps above Roland's head. He cuts the monster in half with his sword and uses the exploding sword skill. Roland looks down and wonders, what kind of scary and helpless performance is this? No matter how fiercely the monster attacks, it never lunges, revealing a powerful confidence deep inside its heart. But even though it has absolute strength, it still hasn't realized that he is the one destined to kill it. It looks like luck is on his side. He can barely stand with Xia Yi hanging on him and asks if he can let him go for a while. He really can't move. Xia Yi lets go of Roland and looks at the system window with his bag containing several potions. He thinks with a surprised expression that they were just looted from a wandering boss. A little earlier, near Belial's dead body. Xia Yi looks at her and asks Roland if he will take anything. He says that NPCs have common sense and do not loot from monster corpses. Xia Yi asks if he can take it then. He holds some of Belial's clothes in his hands and says loudly that he shouldn't mind if he does. Xia Yi holds her things with a happy face and asks if he really doesn't want to take them since these clothes are divine. Roland says loudly with embarrassment that of course he won't take them. Xia Yi thinks that this is a bug in his account and unfortunately, he won't be able to wear these clothes. He notices something in Belial's clothes and calls Roland over. They start reading a book with interesting content. Roland runs and thinks that he shouldn't let this world fall into the hands of a vile demon. Xia Yi thinks that looting everything that dropped from a high-ranking wandering boss, and if it were anyone else, they would be delighted. It would be great if he had such luck when creating an account. He looks forward with enthusiasm and thinks that now that it has come to this, he must try to survive. Xia Yi looks at Roland who is fighting the remaining monsters and thinks that he is so cool, if only one day he too could grow up and become as strong as him. Roland caught his breath and said that this is a safe area. They looked ahead and saw the huge building of the first-level Kongqian University. Xia Yi was surprised to think that this was his school. After a while, there is a photo of Belial on the ground and unknown people say that Belial fell through and died. Several demons are sitting at a table and talking. A red-haired demon girl says loudly that they should send someone to meet the newborn demon king. A white-haired demon girl with a halo above her head says loudly that only Belial saw the demon king appear in a prophetic dream. Babylon, one of the 7 overlords, rested her chin on her crossed arms and asked with a thoughtful face, how were they going to find the demon king if even she had problems? Mammon the demon leader puts his hand on his chest and says with a confident face that Belial left them a hint before she left. She looks at the drawing of the demon king and says that as long as they rely on this, they will always be able to recognize him. Babylon gets up from the sofa and looks at her. She says loudly that she came just in time. According to the records from the demon informant, Roland killed Belial and left the birthplace of the demon king, after which he headed towards the safe zone of the University of Agriculture and took someone with him. Mammon says with a thoughtful face that this means that this someone could very well be the Demon King. She takes out a piece of paper and says that the demon informant sent the appearance of an unknown person. Babylon holds up a photo of Xiaoyi and says that he looks like this. Mammon throws the photo into the air with a smile on her face and says that at least this proves that the Demon King was not captured by Roland and is safe. She loudly says that they don't have time to play, they need to gather people who can move. They must find the Demon King as quickly as possible. At the same time, Xiaoyi asks with an admiring face, "So this is the safe zone?" He looks at the huge line of people and loudly says that there are a lot of them. Roland looks at him with a smirk and thinks that his acting is really excellent, but he, a smug freak, doesn't even know what he's going to face. The entire University of Agriculture is a huge trap. This safe zone is protected by the gods, with a system device called the post-birth that can seal all the abilities of monsters. No matter how strong the monster is, it will end up in the jar, and this is determined by the rules of the game. Once it steps into the safe zone, they can take control of it and kill it. Roland thinks that he will die because of his arrogance and ignorance, and he, as the prophecy says, will be the hero who will lead the players to overthrow the Demon King. After some time, they enter a building where NPCs are standing. One of them asks, "Isn't this the hero Roland who will lead the players to overthrow the Demon King, as the prophecy says?" He admires himself and says that his uniqueness is not worth discussing. One of the NPCs loudly says that he did not expect that the Supreme Roland would visit them. This is truly a reason for pride. He heard that he went to clear the birthplace of the Demon King to kill him in the cradle. The guy asks how it went. So he already tore the evil creature to pieces? Xiaoyi hands his documents to one of the guys and says that he is, in fact, an amazing person. The guy asks if he understood what he said. He points at him with an admiring face and says loudly that this is humanity's hope, Roland. The prophecy is definitely talking about him. The one who united the players together to kill the Demon King. The second guy holds a stack of documents in his hands and says that the production of bolt steel has been completed in the safe zone. This is so steel that can seal. Roland jumps with a scary face and loudly tells him not to force the conversation further. He grabs the guy's suit and shakes him. Roland loudly says that they really want to participate in the destruction of the world so much. Xiaoyi thinks that if only he could become a hero, both strong and kind like Roland. However, he is kind-hearted and thinks that he will finally destroy it. Just one more step and it will be a victory for righteous causes. Roland pushes Xiaoyi against the wall with all his might and speaks loudly, so that he can feel the unbearable energy of the system. He looks at him with surprise and confusion and asks what he means. He stands calmly inside and nothing happens, which greatly embarrassed Roland. He wonders with a worried look why nothing happened. Everything did not go according to his plan and in the end the post-bird protecting this place broke. Roland looks at him with a worried look and wonders if it could be that he is a being that even the system cannot restrain. Xiaoyi attracts his attention by saying that this means how strong the system is. He thinks that he meant the following: the safe area is protected by the system, which has absolute power. Once here, he is safe. He says with a smile that there is something that bothers him. Roland asks loudly with a worried look what he intends to do. Suddenly at that moment a very strong explosion occurs. This powerful energy rushes past many players and NPC who were nearby. The worried players look around and ask loudly what just happened. Was that really an enemy attack? The NPC says that he thinks the server is just lagging. They don't have to be afraid, it's just a small lag. This is a safe area and they are protected by the system device post-birth. As long as they are within the area of effect it will protect them, so they are absolutely safe. They both pay attention to the device and ask if bird steel used to be shaped like this. He doesn't remember, but it looks strange somehow. The NPC turns to the players and says that they have nothing to fear anyway. Their hope, humanity's strongest fighting force, Roland is also here. He turns to him, calls him master, and says that he has a few words to say to everyone. Suddenly Roland kneels down and asks loudly why is he so scared. He looks very worried and wonders what kind of stupid joke is this to deceive and bend the system into a symbol of love. He tried to use post-birth to impose restrictions on him using the power of the system. Is this the difference between their powers? He was very shocked by what happened and wonders what will happen if they just give up. Xiaoyi looks at him and asks if he is okay. He heard that it was just a glitch and nothing bad happened. He never thought that he could be so scared, it's so cute. He pats Roland on the shoulder and tells him that he should pull himself together. He is the hope of humanity after all. How can he be so scared to death? The game has just begun. Roland misunderstood his words and thinks that this demon king is so outrageous. He grits his teeth out of anger and asks what he wants. Should he just say out loud what he needs? Xiaoyu wonders, does he mean handing out quests and rewards? He was moved by just a few words of encouragement. He says that he is being too polite, but since he suggested it, he happily takes his hands and says that he has a small request. They come to a street where there are a lot of people, and he says that he needs to learn cooking skills if he wants to survive in the safe zone. Roland looks at him blankly and thinks that he thought he would have something disgusting to ask, but he just wanted to learn cooking skills. Xiaoyu turns to him and asks, he will be the hero who leads the players to defeat the Demon King, right? In fact, he has liked stories about heroes ever since he was a child and used his imagination to imagine himself as one. But due to the account anomaly, he found himself a little puzzled, but since fate arranged this meeting for them, he probably doesn't want him to give up. So he doesn't get upset. Even if he only has the path of a chef, he will have to do everything to become a hero. Is he willing to guide him on the right path? This is his request. Roland looks at him with great confusion and wonders why he is acting so strange. After a while, culinary skill mentor he re-asks, does a guy who is afraid of fighting want to choose the path of a chef and take a shortcut? First aid skill mentor Li Bingbing asks, who would want to fight monsters if it were that easy? He re-asks, does he think learning culinary skills will help him earn money? Learning these skills will make him spend a lot of money. An average player will most often carefully control their expenses when they start out. They are able to earn at most 10 silver coins in a few hours, but that is only enough to learn basic culinary skills. Xiaoyu shows his inventory in the system window and says that he didn't have much money. The mentors were very surprised when they saw that he had more than 10 gold coins with him. He says that he is the boss, so he would like to apologize to him. Li Bingbing says that he must have something special if he can make so much money at the start. But they, the NPCs with their own rules, will not please him just because he is rich. He says that this amount of money is more than enough to learn, but it is not enough if he wants to quickly increase his skill. He will not be able to make a profit if he cannot increase his cooking skill. Now that the two worlds have been merged in such a short period of time, all the newbies and resources are running out. The materials needed to increase the food skill are not available on the market. He can only buy it from the NPC if he wants to forcefully raise the skill, but it will be too expensive. Instead, he should use the money to buy equipment and level up quickly. With so much money, he can choose the best equipment from the offered ones according to his current level. Xiaoyu was embarrassed by this, looked down and said that he had his own personal reasons. He turned to Roland and surprised him by asking, isn't there another way? He was very angry about this and wondered why he was looking at him in particular. This damn demon king was scaring and humiliating him, and now he also wanted to take his money. The soldier would rather die than be humiliated like this. He couldn't hold back any longer. He still resigned himself to it, took out a small bag of money and said that this was all he had with him. Xiaoyu took the 17 gold coins from him and said that he didn't want to borrow money from him after all. Li Bingbing surprised them by saying that this was still not enough. Xiaoyu immediately turned to him and their eyes met. Roland takes off his coat, which is worth 48 gold coins, but it still wasn't enough. He gives away his sword with a scared look, which is worth the same, but it still wasn't enough. When he gives away all his clothes and looks at his underwear, which some fans are willing to buy for 99 gold coins. Roland even gave away that and gets really angry and punches the wall and thinks that this damn demon king took absolutely everything from him. Li Bingbing says that even so it's still not enough. The lowest production skill is equivalent to a combat C rank. He shouldn't learn it from the beginning. He re-asks the master if he doesn't have a precious watch. Roland looks at it with horror and says that it's a gift from his father when he came of age. Xiaoyu received the Li family's heirloom watch, and Li Bingbing asks why the master treats him so well. Does he think he has potential? Xiaoyu asks with an embarrassed look if she really thinks so. Does he really think so highly of him? He told him that he wanted to become a hero and asked him to support him in everything, but he never imagined that he would approach it so responsibly. It's so touching. Roland sits nearby, crying, began to hate the whole world and hopes that someone will end his suffering. Xiaoyu turns around and asks, what about money? Li Bingbing says that if he wants to make money, he can go to the NPC merchant. Players at the initial levels earn coins by selling items. After some time in the mall, the system store, someone brought an E-rank short tail for 3 coins, an E-rank underwear for 8 coins, an AD rank low-level skeleton soldier's little finger. The seller says that he has so many high-quality items. The guy in the helmet asks how much he can sell it for? The seller says that he is willing to offer 1 silver and 20 copper coins for it. The guy gets angry and says that this is really not enough. He leaves the store upset and says that with such revenue, he won't be able to improve any skill. He starts crying and asks loudly why it's so difficult for the player to play. Xiaoyu looks at him and thinks that of course, no matter what the world is, the main problem will always be money. He goes inside and asks if he can sell some of the items he has. The clerk turns to him and says that he should put these on the table, and he will see what he has. Xiaoyu puts all the things that Roland gave him recently on the table. The shocked clerk looks at this and thinks that these are all S-rank items. He thinks with a thoughtful look that he seems to have seen all this somewhere. He was even more shocked because he realized that all of these things belonged to Roland. Xiaoyu opens his inventory and surprises him by saying that he has something else. He took out Belial's clothes and the shocked clerk loudly asked, "Is this also Roland's?" He liked the clothes and thought they were quite stylish with an embarrassed look. Xiaoyu put the 2 items on the table and asked, "So how much can he sell these for?" The clerk said that he didn't recognize the 2 props and needed to conduct an appraisal to find out. He raised his hand and activated the level 99 appraisal skill. He was very surprised by what he just saw. The system window said that these were adult devil horns, a material used in cooking and medicine, as well as jewelry, and has an aphrodisiac effect. Belial's breastplate is level 50, S rank. Increases strength by 50 points, agility and critical hit by 199 points, and endurance by 152 points. Has 4 slots for gems. The selling price is 340 gold coins. The salesman, shocked by what he saw, loudly asks, "How is this even possible?" The disgruntled player asks loudly, "Is he making fun of him now?" For his heavy armor, he only gave him 2 silver coins, but for some light fabric he is ready to give more than 300 gold coins. The salesman loudly says that he does not understand anything. He looks at the breastplate with an embarrassed face and says that for some things, the thinner the better. It is so soft and light, just like air. And the price of this thing is 200% more. He thinks that this fabric with a pleasant smell is worth much more, 680 gold coins. He says with a very happy look that this is a very rare item. He is ready to give 680 gold coins for it. The value of this luxurious thing is immeasurable. Xiaoyu asks with a surprised look, "Is it really that expensive?" The salesman says that he would not advise him to sell it. If he does, it will be recycled and he will not see it again. Xiaoyu says that, however, it seems that it cannot be sold to others either. The shopkeeper says that he can keep it, even though it is a chest plate, and he will look stupid in it, but he can wear it when he reaches a high enough level. This upgrade will be a huge leap for him, and he will be able to defeat any opponent with ease. Xiaoyu leaves the shop after selling absolutely all the items and received 955 gold coins in return. The dissatisfied shopkeeper slams his fist on the table and loudly asks why would anyone sell such valuable equipment to someone. Xiaoyu ignores this and leaves with a very satisfied look. He immerses himself in a fantasy and thinks that in this world united by players, the goal of some people is to defeat the main boss and save the world. The goal of other people is to dominate the arena and rise above the players. There are also those who explore the world and discover new opportunities for themselves. But there are also so-called rich kids who can spend money and buy a party for themselves, so even if they have no fighting ability, he can still take part in defeating the final boss. He represents a large group of people standing next to him, and the demon. The guy standing next to him tells the boss that only he is worthy of delivering the final blow and destroying the devil. He hands him a sword while a scared girl asks him not to do it. Xiaoyu stabs the demon's head with his finger and says that he doesn't need a sword for this. He defeats her and the system notifies that the savior achievement has been earned for killing the final boss. People happily greet him and loudly say that he is the hero who killed the devil. Xiaoyu thinks with a smile that this is his hero's path. As long as he has money, he can build his own hero's path. He will stand aside and watch his party fight against the monsters. Currently, he is madly improving his cooking skill and thinks that just thinking about it fills him up and gives him faith in a bright future. He was so carried away by cooking while thinking that he pumped up his cooking skill to the maximum. After that, he walked out of the building. He re-noticed him and asked how his progress was. Xiaoyu said that he had reached the maximum. He asks with a big smile, "So he has already mastered the basic skills?" The next step will be the intermediate level and it will be more difficult there, but he must study hard. Xiaoyu passes by and shocks him by saying that he has already completely finished with it. He re-looks at him and thinks, that is, he has already reached the Grandmaster level? His face changed greatly from realizing this. Xiaoyu thinks with a smile that a broken account is not a problem, because this is only the beginning of the game. Ever since then, the Demon King, without even knowing it, has set himself the goal of defeating himself. He is walking down the street and thinks that the NPC's job is to help the player gain experience, but the player's job is to defeat the Demon King. He has the hardest job of all, just to survive in this world. He is very lucky with the way he started. A system window appears in front of him, saying that he doesn't have enough space in his backpack. In addition to potions and the Belial egg, his entire inventory was filled with handmade figurines. Xiaoyu smiles and thinks that it's time for him to make a decision and take the next step. He is startled by the bus driver, who loudly asks if he is going to get on or if he can go already. After a while, Xiaoyu gets off at his stop, looks at the huge building in front of him, and says that this is the team meeting room. Several people inside say that he heard that all of the squad members have reached level 15, and their team's combat strength is almost in the top 5. In addition, they do their job professionally, and it is even said that they defeat level 6 monsters. Xiaoyu goes inside and hears someone say that their captain is a professional player. Jin Haoren, a level 16 trainee rogue with a combat power rating of 2, says that since the supplies have arrived, they can set out. Lu Jio, a level 15 apprentice archer with a combat power rating of 3, says that she thinks they need another player on the team, because the monsters are getting more and more difficult. What does the captain think about this? Jin Haoren says that if anyone else joins them, they will have to share the items with him. He thinks that the 4 of them are fine. They also have Anlu, a trainee assassin, in their team, and all other information is classified. He hugs Obara, a level 16 trainee priest with a combat power rating of 4, and says that they must remember that efficiency is important to professionals. Of course, if any of them lags behind, he will kick that person out and find a replacement, even if it is his own sister. Obara loudly says that she will work hard so that he will not kick her out. Jin Haoren leaves and says that then they all have to make an effort. The girls follow him and agree to this. Suddenly, a system window appears in front of his face, which caught his attention. He sees Xiaoyu's portrait, and it says that he is asking to join his team. Jin Haoren refuses and wonders where this idiot came from. He is surprised when he sees this notification again. He refuses it again, but the system windows keep popping up in front of him. A smile appears on his face and he wonders, does he really think he can trick him? He clicks on all the system windows very quickly and declines this offer. This time, the system window says that Xiaoyu has sent a trade request. Jin Haoren asks, does that mean he decided to bargain with him? He accepts this offer and says that he doesn't mind taking a look at what kind of goods he has there. A system window appears in front of him, and he looks at it with a very surprised look. The system notifies that 10 gold coins have been sent to him. Jin Haoren is very surprised by this and asks loudly, is this really happening? How is this even possible? He thinks that thanks to his accumulation skill, he was only able to save 2 gold coins and 57 silver coins, but this guy has 10 of those coins. And he's willing to give it to him? In the beginning, due to the lack of resources, learning martial skills requires careful calculation, and he only needs to master the most necessary skills at first. 10 gold coins will be enough to master the basic skills and choose a set of enhanced equipment. He will be able to level up 5 times faster. Who could throw away such a large amount of money like that? What's even stranger is that someone would even have that kind of money. Is this person of very high rank, or is this some kind of new kind of scam? What should he do, reject or accept? He waves his finger and says loudly, it's a whole 10 gold coins, what kind of idiot do you have to be to refuse? Jin Haoren accepted the money and asks loudly, what kind of idiot do you have to be to give him 10 gold coins? His attention is drawn to the system window, which notifies him that Xiaoyu wants to join his team. After a while, when they met him, Jin Haoren asks if he wants to hire them to escort him to the old house where he lived to pick up something important there. Xiaoyu agrees and says that he asked people about it and they told him that the place is now occupied by level 18 moles. He can't go there alone and so he needs escorts. Lu Jio says that he shouldn't joke with them. They don't have time for charity since the ranking is important to them. Jin Haoren starts crying because of this and asks loudly since when did she become so heartless. He made a very kind face and says that they must remember that if they want to become a more professional team, they must be driven by love for their neighbors. they accept the job. Lu Jio looks at him with a shocked expression and quietly asks what happened to him anyway. After a while, at the entrance of that building, she follows Qin Haoran and loudly tells the captain that they have a high ranking among the other teams. How can they take on such a task? He turns to her, shows her the system window, and says that she should look here first. Lu Jio is surprised when she sees his inventory and asks loudly, where did he get so many gold coins? Did that weak-looking guy give it to him, and he gave him all his gold coins? Perhaps there is a treasure in that place that he wants to take back and is willing to pay 10 gold coins for it. Qin Haoran says with a sly smile that she understood correctly, there must be a whole bunch of treasures there. Obara asks with a surprised look, does he really want to steal all his treasures? He says that the value of his treasures should be higher than 10 gold coins. It will allow them to greatly increase their combat power. And if something goes wrong and it comes to killing, then their work is obviously worth much more. They agree with him, right? Lu Jio looks away and says that she has no answer to this. Qin Haoran looks around and asks where Anlu went. She is standing on a pole next to them, looking down, and says that if they can win, she agrees. Obara says with a worried look that she has something to say. Qin Haoran ignores her and says that no one cares. Because of his attitude, she was so surprised that she was petrified and could not say anything. He continues to walk along the empty street and says that they need to move on. The hunt will begin very soon. After a while, Qin Haoran and his team defeat several monsters on the street. He turns around and asks the boss, he is here, right? Xia Yu looks at the building with a happy look and says that he lives on the 6th floor of this building. Qin Haoran waves his knife with a smile and says that he does not need to worry. Even though these moles are level 18, they are professionals in their field and will be able to protect him. After that, they walk along the dirty corridor and everyone except Xia Yu is calm. Obara says that there is definitely something wrong here. Ever since they accepted this quest, she has been feeling strange. The system window says that this is an apartment building, a quest from level 25 to unknown. She says that she doesn't like all of this. Qin Haoran looks at her and asks if she means that she knows better than him how to play this game. He goes ahead and says that if she doesn't understand anything, she should just shut up and follow them, and if she angers him again, he will leave her here alone to die. When they got to the right floor, Xia Yi started looking for apartment number 606, finds them, thanks them, and says that they are so reliable. Qin Haoran says with a wide smile that he should quickly go get his things. Xia Yi, unsuspecting, starts to open the door, while he ran up to him very quickly and was about to attack him from behind with a knife. Suddenly, a level 22 mutated A-rank sewer rat attacks them and it interrupts his attack. They all manage to jump to the side and the monster's attack hits the ground. Qin Haoran, looking surprised, loudly asks why there are level 22 rank A monsters here. They all manage to escape, right? All of his team members hold on to the wall and agree. Obara asks where the boss went. Everyone immediately turns around and sees Xia Yi falling into the hole that appeared after the rat's attack. They all watch this in silence for a few seconds and do nothing. A wide smile appears on Qin Haoran's face, and he says that their boss has disappeared. Anlu, with a calm face, jumps into the same hole and says that she will save him. He loudly calls her name while the rat watches her fall down. He, looking shocked, says that that was unnecessary. His attention is drawn to Lu Jio loudly calling for the captain. She looks at the monster and says that they have a big problem here. Qin Haoran asks where a monster of this level came from. Lu Jio says that even if the team is formed wisely and cooperation is done tacitly, it is unlikely that 3 players will be able to defeat an A-rank monster of the same level. Obara asks with a worried look, if his level is higher and they are 6 levels lower, do they have a chance of winning? Lu Jio says that of course there is a chance, but the risks will be high. The treasure is next to them and they have spent a lot of time. It will be a pity not to get anything. It is already difficult for them to accumulate rewards. They can only take a step back, that is, retreat. Qin Haoran looks down and says that they should take another look at it. It seems that something is wrong with this monster. The rat says loudly that this is the Demon King. He senses the Demon King. The rat starts to look around and tries to find the Demon King. The monster looks into the hole with a very frightened look and says loudly that the Demon King has fallen. Xia Yi starts crying while falling down and asks if he is going to die soon? If he dies, will the system awaken him again? That is exactly what happened in Shuangwen. He fell to the ground, lost 999 health points, and says that he did not die and did not even feel pain. The system notifies that he has received the achievement, Lost Boy, falling from a height of 20 meters and surviving. Xiaoyi looks at the hole in the roof and asks what he should do now. For now, he can just wait for his team to come and save him. Several rats run towards him very quickly and in the rat language rejoice at the appearance of the Demon King. Several knives fly past Xiaoyi, hitting the rats and throwing them away from him. He shakes in fear as he looks at this and asks what was that? Anlu goes to him and tells him that he has nothing to be afraid of. Xiaoyi turns around at the voice and asks who that was. He notices her and says that it was her. She says with a calm face that it is dangerous here, so they need to be careful. She walks up to the invisible wall and says that there is no way to go up from here. Xiaoyi is surprised by this and asks if that is possible. Anlu says that it seems like they will have to find another way back. He looks to the side and asks if how about going up the stairs? She says with a calm face that he should lead. Xiaoyi is surprised by this and asks loudly if he should walk in front. Anlu looks at him silently for a few seconds and says nothing. She asks loudly with a displeased look what is wrong with him. Does he really want a shadow assassin to walk in front of him? It is no secret that her work is done from the shadows. The whole point is that she has to work from the shadows. Xiaoyi says loudly that he does not understand her at all. He still agreed to it despite being very scared and says that in any case, the main thing is for her to protect him. Anlu looks at him, agrees and says that he doesn't have to worry. She thinks that as long as this stupid guy walks ahead and doesn't expect a trick, he's just exposing his back for her. He'll die without even knowing it. Their main goal is his treasure. He'll regret his choice. She jumped towards him very quickly and activated the first level backstab skill. Xiaoyi took out a fried chicken from his inventory, turned to face her, and she stabbed her knife into the dish. Anlu was very surprised by what happened and wondered, did her lucky strike hit him right in the chicken? What's going on? She doesn't understand anything at all. Xiaoyi looks at her health points and says that he's trained a lot on his skills before. And her health points are not full, so she should eat it. He looks down and asks, did she take the knife to cut the chicken? He looks at her with confusion as Anlu very quickly jumps away from him a long way. She thought with a serious face that there was definitely something wrong with him. He looked like a weak person, but he easily parted with 10 gold coins and had a cooking skill. In addition, the cooked chicken could be used as a shield and completely block her attack. He knew about her attack, even a level 16 warrior would not be able to escape unscathed thanks to a shield. He must be hiding some secret. She needed to be careful, there was probably something poisonous in this chicken. If she ate even a piece, she would definitely become a puppet in his hands and this was an irreversible process. Even though she thought that she would never eat it, she picked up the chicken and bit into it, and Xiaoyi asked if she liked it. Anlu came to her senses and thought that because of the way it smelled, she couldn't resist. Because of this dish, her level rose to 21, and all the skills she had improved by several levels. The system notifies that a class upgrade to assassin has occurred. Anlu looks at the chicken in her hands and thinks that this chicken not only made her feel better, but also improved her skills. And she directly upgraded her class level. She begins to panic greatly and wonders, is this just a chicken? This is clearly a modifier. She is a professional shadow assassin who has executed even the most powerful players, and he looks so simple. Is he really that much more powerful than that idiot Jin Haoren? Anlu suddenly bows and loudly says that from now on, she belongs to him and will follow any of his orders. Xiaoyi is very surprised by this and loudly asks why she said this so suddenly. He looks at her with great surprise and thinks that he originally thought that she had 8th grade syndrome. He says with a smile that he has no intention of holding her hostage, she just needs to protect him. How can she protect him if her health points are not full? Anlu looks at him and asks. She should just protect him? Xiaoyi agrees and says that after all, he is the boss who paid the money. He continues walking, and Anlu stands still for a few seconds and says nothing. She looks at him with a red face and tells the Lord that she understands everything and will protect him. At the same time, on the 6th floor, Jin Haoren attacks the sewer rat. His blow did not cause much damage, but this monster was still defeated. This rat does not want to get up anymore because he mistakenly injured the Demon King himself, and does not deserve to live. The sewer giant mutant rat chooses death. The monster bit his tongue and committed suicide. He forgave himself and regained inner peace before dying. Jin Haoren looks at the disappearing body of the monster with great surprise and asks, did this rat commit suicide? Obara looks at him and says that it seems that he was able to kill an A-rank monster with a difference of 6 levels. Is he really that much of a professional player? Jin Haoran looks at the system window with a surprised face, which says that he has unlocked the title of extremely strong person. The conditions for obtaining it are to kill a monster 5 levels higher. He confirms that he wants to activate this title. The system notifies that because of this, his health points, attack and defense have been increased by 3%. Jin Haoran says with a happy look that he did not expect such luck to await him. So could he be the main character? I wonder what other abilities he was able to awaken. Obara looks away and says that this should not be the case. She feels uncomfortable in this place. Jin Haoran looks at her with a smile and says that these are groundless worries. He kicks open the door and says that he is an extremely strong person who can kill a level 22 elite monster with one blow. He turns to them with a smile and asks, "So what should he be afraid of?" Obara loudly calls his name and says that he should go see it. He looks at her shaking with fear, confused, and asks what she's looking at. She looks at the huge monster standing next to him and says loudly that he's looking in the wrong direction. It's behind him. Jin Haoran only has time to turn around and is immediately hit by the huge monster, and his body smashes through the wall. He has lost more than half of his health points and is coughing while lying on the floor. He gets up and asks with a frightened look, "How is this possible? Is this seriously a high-level monster?" The system window says that it's a boss, a level 35 rank A demon cat. This monster activates the first level roar skill and hits the two girls with strong sound waves. Because of this attack, they are strongly thrown back and crash into the wall. They both have 32% health points left, and Obara asks why this is happening. Monsters of such a high level can only be found in dungeons. Lu Jiu asks loudly, "How is this even possible?" Obara says that as soon as she entered this building, she felt that something was wrong. Could it be because this place has become a copy? What should they do now? Lu Jiu says that maybe that's why there are so many high-level monsters here. Jin Haoran says that he will distract this monster, and then they will find a way to retreat. He is very surprised when he notices that the monster is about to attack him again, and is already striking. He is thrown back hard again. He has very few health points left, and he loudly says that she should heal him already. Obara agrees and immediately uses a healing skill that restores 144 health points. Jin Haoran looks at the demon cat and thinks that in order to fight back, he needs a different pose. He is very surprised when he sees the face of a huge monster in front of him. The demon cat playfully strikes him with its paw and holds him in the air, and he constantly loses and restores the same amount of health points. He falls to the ground and says that he is an extremely strong person. He has 1% of health points left, and says that she should stop this right now and just let him die. Lu Jiu says with a serious look that even 5 players cannot defeat a level 35 monster. Obara turns around with a tense look and says that then they should open an escape route for Jin Haoran. She is very surprised when she sees Lu Jiu already standing on the other roof and loudly asks when she managed to run so far. She apologizes with a smile and says that, however, they were united for the purpose of winning, but in this situation, this is not the case, which means their contract is broken. Obara says with a very scared look that of course it makes sense, but this is too much. The demon cat is about to attack Jin Haoran, who pretends to be dead, and a worried Obara loudly calls his name. Xiaoyi opens the door to this floor and happily asks, "Isn't that Bao Bao?" The demon cat immediately becomes smaller and runs towards him. This cat jumps on him and he says with a happy look that he is very glad that everything is okay with him. Everyone is looking at him with great surprise as he happily holds the cat that almost killed them a while ago. Obara is very scared and wonders, is this demon cat, the dungeon boss, his pet? After that, they enter the apartment and Xiaoyi looks at the cabinet with Bao Bao on his head and asks, "Is the cat food finished?" "Cat litter, canned food and dishes." Jin Haoran looks at him and says that although things did not turn out as he expected, but at least they were all saved. This guy looks weak, but he was able to tame the dungeon boss's cat. He is probably much more valuable than he expected. Only as long as he is alive can they take advantage of him. He calls Anlu and says that she did the right thing. He looks at Lu Jiu and says that, unlike some of the people here, she is the most reliable partner. How about rewarding her with a hug from an extremely strong man? She doesn't have to worry, as long as they follow him, they will still be the strongest team. Anlu runs very quickly next to the two of them and slashes them very quickly with his dagger. The slashes cause them to bleed and fall to the ground. She looks at them with disdain and says that their idea of attacking Lord Xiaoyi makes her want to kill. Jin Haoran looks at her in horror and asks what she is even doing. Anlu looks at him with a very frightening expression and asks how dare he ask questions here? She slashes him and Lu Jiu twice with her knife, and Obara is scared and asks her to stop. Anlu looks down on them and says that they don't even know who they are attacking. Xia Yi pets Bao Bao, who is lying on his shoulder, and says that he has taken his things and they can go back. And this is his cat. He wasn't there with him when this world changed, and he decided to find it no matter what. Anlu looks at Bao Bao and asks, so the treasure is actually a cat? She scares Xia Yi by bowing and saying that she understands everything. From now on they are colleagues. He says that it's not enough to think only about yourself, you also need to take care of those you've tamed. In any case, they need to return to the city. They are about to leave and he comes across the bodies of Lu Jiu and Qin Haoren, who are lying on the ground in blood. Xia Yi stared at this in silence for a few seconds, and when he realized everything, he asked loudly in horror, what even happened here? Obara begins to heal them, and Anlu says that she saw that they were injured and it was impossible to save them, so she decided to ease their suffering. Qin Haoren, with a displeased look, says that he had about 60% health points. What kind of injury was that? Anlu looks away and says that it was because his wound was too big. He gets really angry and says loudly that she was the one who did this. She fakes saying that she is so sorry that there is no hope for his recovery. Obara uses a spell on them and says that she really can't heal their wounds faster. The bleeding is too fast and because of this, she can't heal them in time. Anlu smirks and thinks that on top of that, she also coated the dagger with poison. Qin Haoren's body starts to disappear and he thinks, he wasn't killed by the level 22 and 35 monsters, but is he really going to die at the hands of some player? He really made a mistake and right now he's starting to regret his ignorance, but it's too late. Their attention is drawn to Xia Yi saying that they should let him try something. He takes out a bandage that emits a purple glow and asks if maybe he can help them? The system window says that this is a patterned ghost cloth bandage, a rank A prop. Conditions of use, first aid skill. Use restores 36,500 health points within 8 seconds. Qin Haoren looks at it and says that this bandage is made using the first aid skill. Lu Jiu asks, is this really a top-rank bandage? The first aid skill at the initial stage and subsequent stages is the most expensive, and also requires the bandage-making skill. At the low and middle stage from level 1 to level 45, the amount of healing from one bandage is comparable to the level of healing of 5 professional healers working at full power. In addition, it can also be used on level 80 defensive warriors directly during battle. But since there was little cloth in the early stages, no one spent resources on the first aid skill, plus the players could not afford it. Xia Yi said with a smile that he really wanted to survive in this world, and therefore healing is the most important thing. So he first improved his first aid skill. He never thought that this skill would be useful to him. Qin Haoren looks at him in surprise and thinks that he can easily say goodbye to 10 gold coins, make the dungeon leader his pet and master the first aid skill at the master level. He didn't even know what kind of person he dared to attack. He thinks with a very frightened look, don't they also feel like idiots? Anlu looks at them and thinks, will they first cure them and then kill them again? As expected of a lord, he knows how to have fun. She starts to emit a very frightening aura and laughs loudly. Lu Jiu and Qin Haoren are very frightened because of this, and he says that in that case, it's better if he doesn't save him at all. Xia Yi sits opposite him, hands him a bandage and says that he should quickly use this. Qin Haoren looks at it with a very surprised expression, and says that it is a bandage made of ghost cloth. Is he worthy of using such an item? He is about to say something, but Xia Yi loudly says that he should stop saying such things. What could be more important and precious than a human life? Qin Haoren bursts into tears from such generosity and tells the boss that from now on he is in his debt. Immediately after that, a system window suddenly appeared in front of him. He looks at it in surprise and it says that it is a transaction request. Xia Yi with a calm face says that he did not want to take money from them, but since they insist so much, he will not refuse. He laughs loudly and the system notifies that Qin Haoren has lost 12 gold coins and 52 silver coins, which leaves him with no money. Lu Jiu is also left without money and has lost 82 silver coins. Xia Yi receives 13 gold coins and 34 silver coins. He says with a smile that he doesn't have to worry, since he accepted their money, he won't let them die. He uses the ghost cloth bandage on them. Qin Haoren feels great and thinks that this isn't just a bandage, but a medicine that can heal the wound on his back. And besides, it has also cured his filthy soul. A system notification window appears in front of him, Lu Jiu and Obara. Qin Haoren clutches the reminder that he took all their money with an embarrassed face and says that he doesn't even mind it. They are surprised because their levels and classes have been raised after using the bandage. They all inspect themselves and think that not only have their injuries healed, but it has also given them an upgrade and even their bodies have been renewed. They simultaneously open their mouths in great surprise and think that this must be a modifier hidden under the ghost cloth bandage. They kneel down and bow. Shinhauren forces Obara to do the same, and tells the boss loudly that they are very grateful to him. From now on, he will be like an elder brother to them and they will risk their lives for him. Xiaoyi refuses with a smile and says that they don't need to do this. It was just a favor to save them and he doesn't need such honors. A bandage made of transparent cloth costs 30 gold coins. They can just return the remaining money when they have it. The interest rate will be 35% per year. Anlu looks at him with an embarrassed face and thinks that she understands everything. Through usury, he will destroy them in the dirtiest way possible. Isn't this the real boss? After a while, the system notifies that their team has cleared the dungeon and received 50,000 experience points. International notification: Shinhauren, Lu Jio, Anlu, Obara and Xiaoyi have passed the dungeon of an apartment building. Many players who are standing outside see this system window that notifies about what happened. Xiaoyi is very surprised by what he just saw and thinks about it for a few seconds. He turns around with a very strong fright and asks, was the house they were in just now a dungeon all this time? Shinhauren agrees and thinks, didn't he put the dungeon leader on his head as a pet? Roland pays attention to the international notification that appeared in front of him while he was busy working. He looks at it with a very surprised face and wonders, the Demon King cleared his own dungeon. At the same time, on the street of the university city, many people look at their party and say that they have returned. This is the team that cleared the dungeon, right? They have cleared the dungeon above the 10th floor? How did they do it? Xiaoyi is embarrassed and thinks that it has nothing to do with it, he is just a customer. One of the guys points at them and says that this is Shinhauren. This is that professional player who once led the MMORPG games. They should look at this. This is the title of an extremely strong person. No wonder they cleared that dungeon. Shinhauren says with a smug smile that he sees that they are already aware of this. But it is not his fault that he was able to clear the dungeon. They also passed the dungeon thanks to their brother. Suddenly, someone in front of them loudly says that they should accept his congratulations. Anlu looks towards the direction of the voice and asks who said that. They all see Ronald, who is standing in their way with a very tired face. He thinks that the main thing now is not to say too much. He cannot reveal the identity of the Demon King. He caught his breath, coughed into his fist, walks towards them and says that not many are capable of such a thing. On behalf of the Heavenly City, he expresses his gratitude and congratulations to them. Xiaoyi happily calls him brother, and Shinhauren thinks that he does not need to say it so loudly. Roland tied up the 4 team members with a whip and says that he invites these 4 warriors to go with him and personally receive the medals. The people look at what is happening in confusion and ask why he was left here. Xiaoyi with a thoughtful look says that he was just a customer, that's why he was not invited. He says with a very kind expression that there is nothing to worry about. Sometime later, in an alley, Roland punched the wall very hard and asks if he has never seen death before to talk so much. Shinhauren is shaking with fear as he looks at him and asks what he means. He wonders if the hope of humanity really has such a formidable character. Roland turns to the others and says that this person who was with their team has a very difficult personality. Lu Jio looks at him calmly and asks what he is talking about. He asks if they know why he didn't tell them about his rank and class. She asks if it's because he's just hiding it. Roland says that's not true, he didn't do it because he doesn't have it. It's because he's not a player at all. This news really surprised them and they loudly ask what he just said. Shinhauren asks, does that mean he's not a player? Lu Jio asks what the hell this means. Anlu stands behind her with a calm face and says that he must be a devil. She turns around and asks what she is talking about. She says with a smile that with such incredible strength, he must be a high-level demon. Roland looks at her and thinks that he did not expect this silent girl to be so smart, but this is even better. He says that this is a correct guess, but he is many times more terrifying and dangerous than ordinary cases. His true identity is actually the Demon King. All the team members except Anlu were very surprised because of what he just told them. Roland says that he disguised himself as a newbie who had a bug in the system so well that he began to think like that. In order to stop the worst-case scenario, they need to control his moves. If he is forced to expose himself, it will lead to enormous destruction. The 4 of them occupy the top positions in the rankings. They are like them, the hope of all mankind. He extends his hand to Qin Haoren and says that he offers them cooperation. They must find an opportunity to kill him. He immediately shakes Roland's hand and says that victory will definitely be theirs. He leaves and tells his team that in that case, they have an agreement. Before leaving, he looks at them with a smile and says that they must achieve justice together and save the world. Lugio says that she heard that his fighting power is unmatched. Does he really want to cooperate with Roland and go against Cie? Qin Haoren says with a smile that of course that is not the case, he simply deceived this NPC. As a professional, he sees things clearly. No one in the world can compare to his power, so why should he risk his life and become Cie's enemy? The one who betrayed him at the most dangerous moment should not show him the righteous path. Lugio with a calm face says that he said everything correctly, their main goal is victory. Qin Haoren turns to the others and asks what they think about it. Anlu says with a calm face that if they want to continue being Lord Cie's doggies, then she doesn't see anything wrong with leaving the team. Qin Haoren is very hurt by her calling him a doggy and he remembers that she used to be submissive and docile, but now she acts completely differently, and he is very indignant about it. Obara hesitantly says that she would like to come with them. She is very upset because Qin Haoren did not let her finish and said that it was great, they decided unanimously. He says with a big smile that they will become villains together. From this moment on, a team of people joins the Demon King's side for the first time. After a while, the man looks out the window and asks if the rumors about a team of players appearing that was able to clear the dungeon are true. The guy standing behind him agrees and says that humans are persistent, they can often push their limits and achieve unexpected results. The man says with a smile that this is great news, now they have a chance to defeat the Demon King. Has Roland returned yet? The guy says that there is good news and bad news. The man says that he should start with the good news. The guy says that Roland has returned. The man immediately turns to him and asks if this means that the mission to kill the Demon King was a success. His face immediately changes when the guy says that the bad news is that he brought him here. The man asks with a surprised look what this means. Is he starting some kind of game? The guy says that he sent a message stating that the Demon King was not born a baby as they assumed. He is already an adult. He is personally ready to discuss all the details with him and the top brass. Roland will be here soon, and the general himself has been invited to the meeting room. At the same time, many employees greet Roland, who came to this building. The guy approaches him and says that they are already waiting for him. If he needs anything, he can contact him at any time. Roland with a kind smile says that he will tell them if he needs anything. After that, he walks on with a serious face. He entered a room where there were many system windows with eyes and someone says that they should discuss what happened. What happened to the Demon King? Roland says that the situation took a turn that they did not expect at all. He was able to twist Bert's steel into a heart shape without using his hands. The people who heard this were very surprised and asked, even the system artifacts can't restrain him? It seems that he really does contain tremendous power. Then why didn't he completely destroy him? He must have just wanted to show them how strong he is. But for what purpose is he doing this? Roland says that from his observations, he is forcing him to give him consent to join the human race. He compromised and because of that he became kind. People ask what he means and for what purpose he does this. He should stop asking this. Does he seriously think that if he asks again he will be answered? How can he know what the dark creatures are thinking? He can only guess what they are thinking. Roland says that he should have guessed his true goal. People loudly say that as expected of him, he is brave and courageous, the true hope of humanity. He even surpasses them in wisdom. He should tell them what his true goal is. Roland says that his goal is to infiltrate the player's society to wreak havoc on the political system and coalitions. That way he can easily destroy all of humanity. People are very surprised by this and loudly say that this means what he decided to do. It really does make sense. Roland calmly says that when he met him today, he was infiltrating the most powerful team of players. Fortunately, he arrived in time and successfully foiled his plan. He was also able to establish friendly cooperation with Qin Haoren. People say that he is truly the hope of all mankind. In other words, he created the dungeon with a purpose. This man does not have time to finish because Roland says that they understood everything correctly. He did this to establish his prestige and confuse people. At the moment, there are two types of monsters in the game world. The first type is subordinate to the highest evil, under the power of demons. These are mutated animals and plants on the earth. The second type, the same as they are the fate bearers of the earth, demons. They obey the Demon King and are the main enemies of this world. The Demon King controls all demons and intends to destroy this world. Under the patronage of the hero, he is defeated by players of the earth. This is the main plot of the game. The power of demons is incomparable to the power of mutated animals, and only the most elite of them can call themselves leaders. The last boss of the dungeon was a kind of leader. The dungeon is a fortress founded by the army of the Demon King on the earth. People got angry and loudly say that in order to achieve his goal, he even released one of his villainous creations. His evil knows no bounds. One of the people asks in a thin voice if there is a possibility that this Demon King has actually lost his memories, or if he doesn't even know his true nature? Everyone else stares at the one who said that and asks what he is talking about. They raise their voices and say loudly that it is absolutely impossible. He wants to say that the broken coastal steel tower, poaching the best team of players, and clearing his own dungeon are all coincidences? The person who came up with this theory apologizes and says that he will not say another word. Roland says with a serious look that, in short, they have no way to fight him now. They can only wait until they arrive on the ground one by one and the other players level up, then they will have the opportunity to kill him. Until then, he will be responsible for holding him back. The people say that then all hope lies with him, that is the only way. Roland leaves and says that for now, he can only watch him. The system windows disappear and one of them finally says that he must protect the future of all mankind. At the same time, Xiaoyi lies down on a soft bed in an expensive apartment with a very happy expression on his face. He looks at the money in his hand and thinks that it is ironic that the world's currency has turned into ordinary waste paper. In this dangerous game world, the safe zone is the rarest resource. He was wise to buy cheap housing. This house in the safe zone is an entire administrative building. In the end, due to the purchase of a luxurious house, he was left with 23 silver coins and 1 copper coin. Xiaoyi lies in a huge room with a bed in the middle and thinks that at least this way he can guarantee his own safety. After all, he can't just sit around doing nothing and wait for housing prices to rise. He wants to take part in the game, but as a player with no combat abilities, he needs to find a way to earn more money. He opens his inventory, which was filled with fried chicken, figurines, ghost bandages, and Belial's egg. Xiaoyi thinks about it with a thoughtful look. Option A, use his production skills to help others and charge them a commission. Option B, collect various items and sell them. Option C, exchange the resources he already has for money. Xiaoyi thought about it all and says loudly that he only has one option. He takes out Belial's egg and says that he needs to sell it. He walks around the room and says that he sold her horns and clothes for a good price. He doesn't know how much he will get for it, but at least it can be exchanged. Suddenly, he slips and drops the egg he was carrying in his hands. It falls to the ground and a very worried Xiaoyi says loudly that it just cracked. Tears appear in his eyes due to worry, and he asks loudly if the price of the egg will go down because of this. He used a ghost bandage and wrapped it around the egg. He put it on the table and said that he would sell it tomorrow at dawn before it broke completely. He leaves and says that he needs to order food, take a shower, and then go to bed. Bao Bao lies on a large pillow and silently watches him leave. Suddenly, the egg continues to crack and disappears completely. Belial has been reborn and thinks that she is a great demon, one of the 7 heavenly kings reborn under the protection of the Demon King. She did not expect to appear here, but it does not matter, because the Demon King will destroy the entire world. This is how it was destined. The Demon King must wait a little longer, she will definitely find him. She notices a large shadow approaching and it surprises her. She turns around and sees a huge Bao Bao, who is staring at her. Belial was so surprised by what she saw that she was petrified with horror. She calls him by name and asks why he is here. Bao Bao continues to look down on her and asks how she knows him. Belial looks away and says that she saw him in her dream. Time slowed down, and she was immersed in the void, and she was dreaming. In this dream, there was a creature that showed her a prophecy that when the 2 worlds merge, the devil will lead his army and destroy all of humanity. And in her dream, he was the devil's closest friend. There was also the great demon himself, who has power over all monsters, great and terrible. Bao Bao says that now everything is clear to him. Belial says loudly that this creature told her the place where the Demon King himself will be born. After waking up, she went in search to greet him. But the heavenly city was looking for her and Roland was chasing her. However, she was very persistent. She ate a rotten apple and it restored her health points by 3%. Belial says loudly that she didn't expect Roland to ambush her right where the Demon King was supposed to be born. They need to hurry and find him as soon as possible. Bao Bao says that there is no need for that anymore. Belial is very surprised by this and asks why he is saying such a thing. He says that he is not level 1 and he is not a small child, so he will not need their protection. Besides, his current level is at least 4 digits. Belial is very surprised by what he said and asks if he is sure about that. Bao Bao starts washing his paw and says that he does not know what numbers he has, since all of the symbols are distorted. Belial looks at him and asks what level he is now. Bao Bao looks at her and says that his level now is just a disguise. He emits a very strong aura and says that the Demon King himself has formed a connection with him and his level has ceased to mean anything to him. She looks at him with great surprise and asks how is that even possible. That means he can directly use the power of the Demon King himself. Bao Bao recalls the past and says that when the Demon King found him, he was level 35. They have been together day and night for many years. Their emotional connection is naturally stronger than theirs, so why shouldn't he take advantage of that? Belial says that she is very jealous of him. She must also work hard to establish a strong emotional connection with the Demon King. Bao Bao says that, however, there is still something he needs to tell her. She looks up and asks if it is something important. He says with a smirk that his master has joined a group of humans, and they are now working undercover. Belial says with a thoughtful look that he must be planning to infiltrate human society and destroy their political system. That way he can completely defeat the human race without any effort. It seems that this is their current plan. Bao Bao says there is no need to make empty assumptions. His goal is not just to destroy the political system. Belial is very impressed by this, and says that he is truly worthy of the title of the Demon King. He has the ability to destroy the entire world with one blow. His fighting power can be compared to an atomic bomb, but he decided to slowly enjoy the process. Bao Bao raises his voice and asks loudly, is she even listening to what he is talking about? He calms down and says that anyway, they need to stay close to him and act weak. They can't expose him or interfere with his plan. Belial happily says that he doesn't have to worry. She just needs to pretend, right? She can be his wife or his maid, she will agree to anything. Bao Bao looks at her and says that's all for now, after all, she seems smart enough. And since the master was saving her, there must be a reason. Xiaoyu surprises them by calling out Bao Bao as he comes out of the bathroom. He says that he thinks he heard some conversations. He is surprised when he notices the two of them standing on the table. He notices Belial and asks loudly if she really hatched from that broken egg. He takes her in his hand and says that she is so small and still alive, she can move, talk and even laugh. Does this mean that she can be sold for more? After some time, they are sitting on the bed and Xiaoyu asks if this means that she is a small copy of the Belial that Roland killed. She agrees with this, and he says that he understands everything. She looks away with a blushing face and thinks that she met the Demon King like this, and she is very ashamed. She is about to ask about her clothes, but Xiaoyu immediately says that he sold them. Belial, with a shocked look, says that her horns are a symbol of her noble demon status. He apologizes for this, and she thinks that she will be sold anyway, so there is no need for this anymore. She is very sad about this and starts crying and thinks that perhaps the master is doing this to protect her from the human race. In fact, the king saved her for his own gain, and now she will be sold for money. A crazy smile appears on her face, and she thinks that this is so inspiring. For the sake of the Demon King, she will be forced to receive contempt from humans, and she will have to endure their bullying. So much selflessness appears in her when she thinks about this, and she feels noble in her heart. Is the Demon King really so short of money that he is willing to sell her as soon as a protector appears next to him? After thinking about it, she begins to realize that something is wrong. Belial raises his head and tells the master that if he needs money so much, then she can find other options. Xiaoyu asks with a confused look, what other options is she talking about? Belial flies into the air and a bright glow begins to emanate from her. At that moment, a courier on a jetpack arrived, knocking on the window and saying that he has brought his order. He sees Xiaoyu and Belial lying on the bed and he looks at him with a surprised face. The courier gives a thumbs up with a slightly embarrassed face and tells the master that this is amazing. He leaves the package on the floor and says that he will leave it here. Xiaoyu raises his shaking hand and says that he got it all wrong. He resigned himself, lays down on the bed and asks, so she is saying that there are other ways to make money? Belial agrees with the master and says that she can show him her other special abilities. Xiaoyu looks at her and asks, Does she have a special ability? She coughs with an embarrassed face and says that she will show him it now. She raises her head and her devil horns have grown again. She tore it off, hands it to him, and says that he can take it. He can exchange it for money. Xiaoyu looks at her in horror, remains silent for a few seconds, and then gathers his strength to ask, "Are these real horns?" Belial says with a pitiful expression that her horns grow every day, so they can only be cut off once a day. She asks him not to sell her. Xiaoyu puts his hand on her shoulder and asks with a cartoonish expression, "How could she think that he would actually sell her?" Belial was able to save her life, and the transaction amounted to 6 gold coins and 50 silver coins per day. As a result, he has his number one pet, Bao Bao. He eats 1,350 grams of raw meat every day. The consumption is 2 silver coins and 13 copper coins. His number 2 pet, Belial. He eats 3 fried chickens every day, and the consumption is 36 silver coins and 24 copper coins. However, as long as she is in her small form, he can save a lot. In this form, Belial eats 3 cookies a day, and the consumption is 6 copper coins. Therefore, she will remain in her miniature form until special occasions. Belial asks the master what their next step is. Xiaoyu looks at her and asks what she means by that. Bao Bao is surprised by this question and thinks that she is really stupid. With such a direct question, they will be easily exposed. Xiaoyu says that the point of the game is that players improve themselves so that they can clear dungeons later, but their situation is different, and their main goal is to be able to survive. Bao Bao looks at him and thinks that, as expected of the master, he is sticking to his plan and answered as if he was playing a role. Belial happily says that she understands everything. They will just stay where they are and wait for what happens next. Xiaoyu says that in general that is true, but at the same time, they need to save up money so that when they clear the last dungeon, they can buy a prestigious team leader. He opens the system window and says that he plans to buy raw materials, give them to production, and then sell the finished products so that he can make a profit from the commission. Belial looks at the system window with the auction and says that there is not much demand for the items and the profit from it is small. Xiaoyu with a kind smile says that this is why she is so important to him. She was very surprised and happy because of what he said and with a big smile says that she will work hard. The next morning, Xiaoyu runs away from her house in an unknown direction. Belial watches him from the apartment window and with a red face thinks how great it is that she can help the Demon King. At the same time, the destroyed outpost bird begins to glow brightly, and someone says that he has arrived. After Lord Roland, it is the second highest level NPC, the Bishop of the Church, Lord Pucci. Roland looks at him with a smile and says that their reinforcements have arrived. The NPCs say that when all the high-level NPC arrive, they can begin the offensive. They can stop being afraid of that scary devil. Pucci says with a smirk that he shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. Roland asks him with a serious face what he means. Pucci keeps smiling and says that they're just exaggerating the Demon King's power. How could a baby Demon King have such great power? They agreed to his plan to risk everything and defeat him alone. But the Demon King was strong enough that he made up such a fairy tale to avoid admitting that his plan had failed, right? So can he really be called humanity's hope? Roland looks at him with a serious face and says nothing. At that moment, an NPC enters the room and loudly says that a level 89 monster has appeared in the south. They're called dragons, but in reality they're just mutated lizards. About 8 fortresses were destroyed and more than 4,000 players and 89 NPCs were killed. They should call for backup immediately. Roland walks quickly to the exit and says that he is already on his way. Pucci looks at him and says that he is surprised by his speed. Roland turns to him and says that he should wait for him here. He will prove to him that he is too stupid and arrogant. He went outside, got on his motorcycle, and the NPC asks him to be careful. Roland says that he leaves him the task of watching the Demon King in his absence. The NPC is very surprised by this and asks, should he go after the Demon King? Roland with a displeased look loudly asks this idiot, does he want to know how strong this monster is? They must know his every move. The NPC is very afraid and asks what he should do. Roland with a calm face says that he can just ask him. The NPC with a very surprised look loudly asks, and he will tell him everything so easily? He gives him a package and says that he should take it with him. The NPC with a surprised look looks inside and asks, is this a gift? Roland says with a kind smile that this is the greatest family heirloom, the claw of the dragon of the saints of Maya. The shocked NPC asks loudly, and he just gives it to him like that? Roland says with confidence that he cannot worry. because he has received his father's consent. The NPC says loudly that it is not a question of consent or not. He says with horror that this is such a precious thing and they give it so easily. Roland smiles and pats him on the shoulder and says that he will succeed. When they see their efforts and dedication, they will be touched by them and show their gratitude to them. The NPC silently looks at him and wonders how much modesty is in him. He even wants to cry. Roland says that he should listen to him. If he plans something, then he should try to hinder the Demon King while he is away. Poochie looks at how they talk to each other. He says it's so sad, their hope for humanity has become another mediocre character, like a bad comic book character. Roland rides away and the NPC says he understands, he can rest easy. He is determined and thinks he will do everything right. He gets on his bike and another NPC asks, is he leaving right now? He agrees and says that he has an important task and he cannot make a mistake. Someone gets his attention by telling him that he should wait. He looks up and sees Poochie jumping down to him. He lands and says with a smile that he will go with him. He wants to see with his own eyes how strong this invincible Demon King is. He wonders with a sly smile if he really prepared funds in advance to create an army that will destroy the world in the future? And he really does have financial skills to prepare for a rainy day. Maybe he really underestimated him. He should show him what he is capable of. He says with a smile that he should call him to meet him. The NPC turns to him and tells him that he shouldn't joke like that. He asks him to watch from afar and not to take any dangerous actions. Poochie asks with a confident smile if some NPC is teaching him what he should do. He's just financially literate. He hardly adheres to their assessment of the demon. When he returns to the Heavenly City, he will report to everyone how irresponsible Roland is for allowing the Demon King to buy an entire building. He is very surprised when he sees that the guy who was standing next to him has disappeared and asks what happened to him. The NPC hands the package to Bao Bao, who is sitting on a pillar, and asks him to accept it. Poochie is very surprised by this and asks loudly, the most valuable relic of the Li family, the dragon claw of the Mayan saints, will not be given to the Demon King, and this is just to satisfy his assistant? And when did that cat even appear here? Bao Bao ignores him and looks down on the package. The NPC hands it over and says that Roland asked him to bring it to them. Bao Bao asks who is this? He hasn't heard of him. Do they know each other? Poochie, with a very shocked look, thinks that some kind of bug must have happened to Roland. He seriously used his family's heirloom to satisfy this animal that only knows how to eat, sleep, and lick itself. Bao Bao seriously thinks that he would like to talk to him for a while to adhere to his master's plan to infiltrate the human race. He recalls Qin Haoran and says that he thought he was talking about that guy who only knows how to bully the weak, fear the strong, and who is harsh with his subordinates. The NPC was embarrassed by this, and hands him the Li family heirloom. Bao Bao attached this claw to a stick, scratches his back, and says that he is grateful for this. This thing will be very useful for scratching his back. Because of the strong surprise, the NPC bit his lip hard and thinks that he is using the legendary heirloom to just scratch his back. He says that from the looks of it, he is satisfied with this. Bao Bao puts it away and asks if they have anything else. If not, then they should leave here. The NPC says that he has one more thing he needs to tell Mr. Cat. Poochie gets really angry and says loudly that he has had enough. He will not tolerate this anymore. He creates a magic ball and asks loudly who does this ignorant creature think he is? He will teach him a lesson right now and show him all the strength of a human now. The system notifies that he is using the skill judgment of Holy Light level 42. It is a powerful skill that can not only deal great damage to enemies, but can also stun them. They ignore him and the NPC says that he just wants to ask if Mr. Xia Yi has any plans to destroy the human world anytime soon. Bao Bao stands up on his hind legs and says that in any case, they should discuss this later. The NPC looks at him with a kind smile and confusion and says that he will wait for him. Poochie is surprised by this and asks what he just said. Bao Bao looks away and says that he has some work. They all turn in the same direction and see a dragon heading towards the city. Poochie, looking surprised, loudly asks why a dragon appeared here. The NPC says that it is not a dragon, but a mutant lizard. Bao Bao looks at this monster with a calm look and says nothing. Poochie, looking displeased, loudly asks, didn't Roland go to stop this particular monster? At the same time, the dragon flies through the sky, and he pursues the monster on the ground. Roland gets up on his motorcycle and takes a sword in his hands. He jumped very high and flies towards this monster. The dragon flaps its tail to push him away and he notices this. Roland manages to block the blow with his sword, but it is very difficult for him. With this very strong blow, the dragon knocks him down, causing him to fall to the ground with a very loud sound. This fall raises a large cloud of dust, but Roland survives and immediately runs out of this cloud. He continues to chase this monster with a very serious expression on his face. He says that if they meet face to face again, this monster should be sure that next time he will defeat it. He continues to chase the monster, but it flies further and further away from him. Roland says that this freak realized that he defeated him and flew straight to a safe place. The NPC looks at the monster, which is flying very fast towards the city, and loudly asks what they should do. Poochie, who is standing next to him, also thinks about this and thinks that even though even Roland could not stop this monster, they still have nothing to worry about. This is a safe zone, so he will see how strong their defense is. He sees a post bird, which was in the shape of a heart, and loudly asks what happened to the Tower of Bird Steel. NPC asks the bishop, didn't he know about it? At the very beginning, Mr. Roland specially activated the tower against the Demon King. As a result, it became like this. Poochie, with a very worried look, loudly says that now is not the time for his story. The dragon at the same time continues to fly very quickly high above the city. It begins to concentrate energy in its mouth, which Poochie notices and loudly says that this is very bad. In case of an unsuccessful attack and without the protection of the Tower of Bird Steel, all low-level players in the safe zone will die. The dragon creates a huge ball of powerful energy, and he understands that this is the end. The monster shoots a beam of magical energy, but suddenly Bao Bao's eyes light up with energy. In response, he shoots a deadly beam from his eyes. The power of his attack was so much higher that the dragon's attack instantly dissipated, and this beam pierced the body of the monster. Roland stops, watches from afar, and asks what was going on. The NPC and Poochie loudly say with very surprised faces that this level 84 mutant was killed with one blow in a matter of seconds. The remains of the dragon disperse, and Bao Bao lies down again in his place. He turns to the guys standing next to him and scares them very much by asking what he wanted to know from him. The NPC's brain completely switched off because of what he just saw, and he forgot about what question he wanted to ask. He starts receiving endless error messages, and Poochie grits his teeth and thinks that fortunately his attack was not successful. He takes the cross with tears in his eyes and thinks that God is still protecting him. He approaches Bao Bao and tells the master that he asks him to accept this cross, which has been passed down in his family from generation to generation. The NPC was very surprised by this and said that his opinion changed too quickly. Poochie smiled and handed him a new item and said that this was his birth certificate for real estate. And here are his pension savings. The NPC, who was very shocked by his actions, loudly said that he was giving this cat much more than he was. Poochie turned to him and asked why he was still standing there. After all, he was trying to help him. If he needed any information, he should ask about it faster. The NPC cried and said that he finally understood them. Mr. Roland would be very happy about that. Bao Bao took everything that he gave him and asked, so what did they want to know? He was just a guard and could not know about everything. The NPC approached him and said that he just wanted to ask if they had plans to kill people in the safe zone, or destroy the world. Or was there some other plan that would force people to desperately defend themselves? They should somehow mentally prepare for this. Poochie agrees with him without thinking and looks at him. He was embarrassed when he realized what happened. He looks at him and thinks, did he ask that so directly? Bao Bao says that there is no plan, the Demon King needs money soon. The NPC looks at him with a very happy look and says that this is good news. Bao Bao continues to look at him and asks, is that all he was interested in? He continues to look at him and agrees. Bao Bao says that in that case he can go free. The NPC agrees and immediately turns around and walks away. Poochie looks at him with a very shocked look and thinks, did they just give away Maya's Saint's Claw, his holy cross, his house in the heavenly city, and his entire pension just for this matter? The NPC walks away with a satisfied look and thinks that his mission was accomplished. At least there is no need to worry about the world being destroyed anytime soon. After a while, Xia Yi returns home with a happy look and money in his hands. He opens the gate to his house and asks Bao Bao why is he lying here. The cat immediately jumps on his shoulder and meows. It sits on his head and a happy Xia Yi says that he missed him too. They both walk into the room and his attention is drawn to the large waste that is lying next to the cat litter box. He reaches out to a very scared Bao Bao with a frightening aura and asks loudly how many times has he told him already? Xia Yi throws him down and loudly says that he already told him not to defecate in the wrong place. Because of this, he will sleep in the hallway today. Bao Bao lies on the floor, looking very upset, and agrees to this. Xia Yi enters the apartment, and says that he still can't teach his cat. He is met by Belial, who says with an embarrassed look that she has prepared a bed for him. Xia Yi looks at her with a very confused look and says nothing. He changes his clothes, lies down on the bed, and she immediately snuggles up to him. He looks at her and calls her name, and Belial tells the owner that she is here. He says that he is afraid that if they sleep like this, they will not pass the age rating. She uses her ability, causing her body to begin to glow brightly, and says that she understands him. Belial shrinks, lies down next to his head and asks, "Isn't this better?" Xia Yi continues to smile, and says that it is better this way. She happily cuddles up to him and says that this is great news. They both say goodnight to each other while Bao Bao lies next to the door in the hallway. He is confused and thinks that he is the most powerful cat who can kill a level 84 mutant with one blow. The next morning, he lies with dry eyes because he cried all night over how he was treated. Xia Yi has woken up at this time and silently looks at Belial, who is lying on the pillow next to him. His face is red from embarrassment, and he thinks that she is very beautiful. His attention is drawn to the corner of a pink book that is sticking out from under the pillow. Xia Yi picks up the book and asks, "Is this a diary?" Belial happily smiles and turns over and covers his face with his hands. He unconsciously flips through the diary and asks, "In this game, even small pets can keep a diary?" Xia Yi stops flipping through the diary and starts reading what is written there, causing his face to change. He continues reading Belial's story about her and the Demon King and says that she must love him very much. Xia Yi is dumbfounded by what he read there and hesitantly turns the page. The next page had something drawn so horrible that he had to use censorship. He puts the diary back and thinks that it made him feel anxious. His hands start shaking because he is remembering the past and thinks that he almost forgot that she is a real devil. Xia Yi leaves and thinks that it was too risky. Belial continues to pretend and wonders if he has already left or is still here. He should see how shy she is. She put the diary there on purpose so that the Demon King would see it. She put all her love, courage, and determination into that diary, which cannot be expressed to him directly. Is this true happiness? That night, Belial sits in the hallway with a confused look as the door to the room closes. Xia Yi happily lies in bed with the cat and tells Bao Bao that he is the best. She sits in the hallway with a shocked look and wonders with confusion, how did this happen? After some time, Qin Haoran sits on the roof and says that after the rating increase, their fighting ability has really improved. Mr. Xia Yi not only healed them, but also improved their skill level. Did the same as the Wagwa plugin. Lu Jiu says that they were kind of sucking up to that demon. Qin Haoran smiles and says that she is right, but the most important thing is to choose the right side. They will definitely win. She says that she understands him, they will continue to help the demon in everything. Obara looks to the side, notices something and says that they should look there. She sees someone's silhouette in the air and says that something is approaching them. Qin Haoran looks at it and says that he can't see anything. Lu Jiu puts on his glasses and says that he should let her try. She activates the skill Keen Eye level 2 and looks at it. She sees Babylon flying towards them and says that it is a demon, very young but very high level. She quickly flies towards them and seriously thinks that they have used all the forces on Earth, but no one has been able to find the Demon King until now. She can't wait calmly any longer. She speeds up and says that the Demon King's disappearance is directly related to Roland, which means she should catch him and ask about it. Lu Jiu looks at her and says that it seems like her destination is the safe zone and she is looking for the Demon King. Qin Haoran says with a smile that it must be his colleague. He gets to his feet and says that it seems like they have a chance to strengthen their bonds, so they should say hello to her. Babylon's attention is drawn to him waving at her while standing tall on the roof of a ruined building. She asks if this is an ambush from the players? Did they intentionally ambush her once they knew she would be flying past this place? She notices their levels that are shown above their heads and asks if their levels are already that high. It's only been 3 days and this guy has already leveled up to 24. She becomes furious and says loudly that she can't let this go unnoticed, or it will lead to disaster. She has to kill him. She flies towards him very quickly and is about to kick him. Qin Haoran looks at this with a smile and asks this demon, "Is she here to find Xia Yi, right?" Babylon doesn't listen to him and delivers a very strong kick using her energy. The force of the kick sends him flying into another building and the collision causes a cloud of dust to rise. Lu Jiu turns to her and is about to say something to her. She is about to tell them about her goal, But Babylon doesn't listen to her and kicks her with very strong energy. Obara looks at her with a worried look as she is thrown into another building and loudly calls her name. She creates a magic circle and uses the 3rd level healing skill. Babylon looks at her with a wide smile and asks if there is anything she can do to help her. When she gets close enough, she delivers a very strong punch, but something stops her attack and this saves Obara. She is surprised by this and asks if something blocked her punch. She notices Anlu, who is holding back her punch, and asks who she is. She turns her attention to the system window and asks if she is an assassin. She says with a calm face that she should learn to listen to what others say. Babylon thinks with a very surprised look, how is this even possible? Can assassins use a shield? Even if it was a normal shield, how could she block her attack? She took a closer look and noticed that Anlu was holding a roasted chicken in her hand, which she used to block her attack. She was very surprised by this, looked at her blankly and asked, did she do this with the chicken? At the same time, Chin Haoran was lying in the rubble and the system announced that a passive talent had been activated. A cockroach in the wild, immune to one of the deadly attacks. The next activation will be available in a month. A potion was used that restored 500 health points. He loudly called out to Anlu and said that she should tell her. She didn't listen to him, fought against Babylon, and said that this wasn't just roasted chicken. She stopped attacking because she heard this and asked, in that case, what is this? Anlu strikes and says loudly that this is a gift from Master Cie. She strikes her weapon many times quickly and says loudly that this is proof that this belongs to her master. She continues to strike very quickly and says loudly that this is the highest treasure in this world. Babylon jumped back to the roof of another building and sees a very bright glow coming from her opponent. Anlu lifts a roast chicken that has a strong energy above her head and says that she calls it the chicken that grants victory. She strikes and releases a very strong stream of energy. Because of her attack, a huge trace of the energy she used was left on the building. Obara, with a surprised look, says that at first glance, this is an ordinary fried chicken, but thanks to this, she is able to resist a level 101 demon. Anlu jumped to the very bottom, looks at the chicken in her hands with a happy face, and says that Mr. Cie guessed that she would encounter danger, so he gave her this treasure. Chin Haoran looks at her from the building he fell into, and says nothing for a few seconds. He gets very angry and says loudly that she just needs to say just a few lines, just a few specific lines. She must explain to her that they are also on the Demon King's side and that will be enough. Babylon withstood this attack and says that this is so careless. She can't believe that a player below level 30 is actually stronger than her. Maybe she should use the Wagwa plugin? She can't leave things like this, she has to find the Demon King. She starts screaming really loudly and gives off really strong energy. A warning from the system appears in front of the players, saying that Babylon's health points have dropped to 8%, and she's transitioning to the second stage. Her sanity loss is 99%, and all indicators are increased by 120%. Chin Haoran looks at this with great fear and says loudly that she's undergoing a transformation to the second stage. Babylon has finished her transition to the second stage and has turned into a huge mechanical robot, and he says loudly that they can't let her go crazy, or they won't be able to talk to her. A very worried Obara approaches him and asks what they should do. Chin Haoran says that she doesn't have to panic. He says loudly that they know where the Demon King is now. At the same time, Belial, in his miniature form, is scratching Bao Bao and asks, should he scratch here? He meows contentedly, and her attention is drawn to what she sees through the window. She hears a loud crash and sees the mechanical robot that Babylon has transformed into and asks what is going on there. Belial looks at it, and says with a thoughtful look that it seems so familiar to her. She has seen it somewhere before but she can't remember. Bao Bao also looks at the robot and asks if she has seen it in a movie. Chin Haoran stands in front of the huge demon robot and says that they know where the Demon King is. He calls out to Obara and says that she must help him. She agrees to this and quickly says that the Demon King is in the safe zone, disguised as a newbie player. They accepted his job application and he hired them to take his cat away. On the way, they had an emergency and were seriously injured, but the Demon King showed them kindness and extended a helping hand. And his bandages helped them increase their levels by as much as 5 notches. They succumbed to his charms and decided to serve him to repay his kindness. That's how it happened. Babylon stands in front of them, leaning her hands on the roof, and silently listens to all of this. She asks loudly, how dare they deceive her? They could have come up with something more logical. She is about to deliver a very strong punch and asks loudly, Who would even believe such a stupid story? Jin Haoran creates a system window and says loudly that they have proof of this. He shows a photo of them together after completing the quest and says that he is the Demon King and they have a photo of him. Babylon stops her punch and silently looks at the system window he shows. She takes out the drawing that Belial left and compares it with what he shows. She says very loudly that he looks completely different. They are definitely deceiving her. The system notifies that Babylon has felt insulted and angry. She enters the third stage. There is an increase in body size by 1,500%. The range of the attacks is increased by 2,000% and the loss of sanity is 100%. Babylon creates a huge ball of energy and loudly says that they dared to ambush her, so she will grind everything into dust within 100 miles. Jin Haoran, looking worried, turns to Anlu, who is standing with her back to him and loudly says that the negotiations have failed, so she must stop her. She cries while looking at the chicken disappearing in her hands and says that Mr. Xia Ye's gift was ruined. Jin Haoran is surprised by this and asks loudly, "Is this thing really only usable once?" He is about to say something, but notices a glow far away in the sky and the system notifies that Lu Jiao has left the team. Babylon releases a huge ball of his energy from a great height and he asks loudly, "Are they all going to die?" Unexpectedly for them, they were saved by someone releasing a very powerful magic beam that dispelled the demon's attack. They were all very surprised because of this and Jin Haoran loudly asks what was that. Bao Bao arrived at the scene of the battle, sitting on the back of the flying Belial. She says that they caught up with them. Looking at Babylon, he says that he asks the friendly army to stop and if they start fighting here, it will disrupt the Demon King's plans. She gets even more angry and attacks them with missiles. They dodge her attacks. Bao Bao says that the Demon King is now disguised as a human and hiding in the city. He is thinking of a more serious plan. If she stops all this, he will take her to him. She does not listen to him and continues to attack them. He looks at this irritably. Obara says that she has gone crazy. Jin Haoran replies that he is not sure about that. It seems like they have gone crazy. Bao Bao asks with a puzzled look, "Why can't we have a constructive talk?" Babylon sees nothing but targets to attack. He watches silently for a while and with a serious look pulls his paw back and says that he has to do this again. He uses his paw to reflect the beam back at her, and thus breaks the robot in half. Xia Yi looks at the leaves flying in the wind and says that the breeze is cool and it looks like today will also be a peaceful and calm day. After selling 2 devil horns, he received 12 gold and 98 silver coins. Belial and Bao Bao descend to the ground and he asks if Babylon is ready to listen to them now. She lies in a large crater on the ground and sees the cat meowing questioningly. She, foaming at the mouth and with almost no health left, says that she does not understand the cat language. Bao Bao pokes his paw at the system and says that after greeting the owner, he forgot to switch languages. He looks questioningly at Belial and asks her why she did not say anything. She says that she completely forgot about it. Apparently, she overplayed the role of a horse too much. Babylon, rising on her hands, looks at them and asks if it is Belial standing in front of her. She embarrassedly says that she did not even think that it was worth worrying about such details. Babylon enthusiastically says that she did not expect that she was still alive and she needs to go with her to save the Demon King. After that, they will have to blow up this entire safe zone. Bao Bao looks at her with a very angry expression, which scares her. He says that apparently she really wanted to die. Obara very happily says that they are still alive. Jin Haoran says that it was a false alarm. Lu Jiao says that it is a pity, because she managed to buy coffins for everyone. He asks her questioningly why she is still alive. She replies that she herself does not know. It seems like fate, since she is still alive. He asks how she can say such a thing to them. She replies that they are all teammates to her, that's why she says so. Obata offendedly says that she did not come back at all to save them. He says that it all looks funny, but in fact it is very sad. Lu Jiao looks away and says that she was watching from afar and noticed that in appearance he resembles an overfed cat. But in fact, he is a monster that can kill a level 101 demon leader with just one attack. Belial holds Bao Bao on his lap and asks Babylon if she understood everything. She nods sheepishly and says that she understood everything. Lu Jiao says that it is unimaginable since he has great power sealed within him. Jin Haoran agrees with her and says that he does have a lot of power but he did not feel it. Obata looks at him questioningly and asks if he really did not feel all of his power. He recalls the past where Bao Bao hits him and says that it seems like he only survived thanks to Xia Ye's gift. Anlu is still sitting in a depressed mood, looking at the almost disappeared chicken, and says that Mr. Xiaoye's gift has dissipated. They turn around and look at her, saying that it is very complicated. Xiaoye comes home and calls Bao Bao and Belial and asks where they were playing. Suddenly he asks with a frightened look, "Aren't they going through troubled times now? Are they okay?" Suddenly the doorbell rang and he turns to the tablet with a questioning look and asks if guests have arrived. He sees that Qin Haoren and his group have arrived. Xiaoye looks happy and tears in his eyes, holding Bao Bao and Belial in his hands, and says that he is very grateful to them for saving them. Qin Haoren replies that they met them by chance, and there is no need for such politeness. Xiaoye takes his hand and tearfully says that there is no need for so much formality, and now he can call him Yi, and he will call him Haoren, and from now on they are friends. He looks at him happily and asks if this is true. Xiaoye invites everyone to go inside, but they say that they brought a small gift. He asks with a pleased expression on his face what kind of gift is it. Qin Haoren says it is a small pet, and he thinks he will like it. He holds little Babylon in his hands. She looks at him with sparkling eyes and says that they have finally met. He looks at her with disdain and asks if she is another demon. Why is he giving her to him? His conditions are actually quite harsh, and he is not very capable of taking care of so many small animals, so he will have to leave her to himself. She asks with a frustrated look why she was refused. He touches his chest and asks if she does not deserve to stay with the Demon King. She looks down dejectedly and says that she must find a way. She holds out 2 demon horns to him in her hands. Xiaoye looks at it questioningly. Babylon says that her metabolism is quite fast, and she is able to produce 3 pairs in a day. She turns away and shyly asks him to accept them. He silently looks at it for a while, and says thank you to everyone and invites them to come in and sit down. Babylon the little pet joins the collection and becomes the new female lead with a profit of 12 gold and 98 silver per day. She looks at Belial with glee, who looks at her with disdain. At Xiaoye's house. He says that the house is in chaos, so don't pay attention to it. Qin Haoren says that he is too polite. Upon entering the room, they all tremble from the strong aura. Obara asks in fear, "What was that just now?" Xiaoye points his hand inside and asks if there are too many things here that scare him. These are the beginner weapons he made when he was blacksmithing. He looks at all the weapons there questioningly and asks if these are really beginner weapons. Xiaoye says that there are also some beginner armors. He turns around in fear and looks at the armor. He leads them further and says that these are small dolls made during his sculpting classes. They see several dolls with sinister looks and weapons in their hands. He asks, "Aren't they all really cute?" Qin Haoren asks fearfully, "Where is home?" This is obviously a weapons shop. He replies that he originally wanted to sell them at the trading house, but he found that selling them at a low price was a loss. And if he sold them at a high price, he wouldn't find a buyer, so he left it at home. So they can take whatever they like, but they must remember that only the beginner items are available here, because he will sell the mid-range and high-end ones later. Qin Haoren thinks with a puzzled look, are these really all for beginners? Even the fried chicken he made has super skills. It will be no surprise that the equipment he forged can defy the heavens. So there is no need to be so surprised, and you can just take something. Xiaoye, sitting on the sofa, says that the rewards they get for killing monsters are probably much better than what he does. When Qin Haoren says that this is a very funny joke. Before sitting down on the sofa, he asks if it is also a magical device. Xiaoye says with a satisfied face that he made this sofa himself, and he can sit down. Qin Haoren notices that not only the sofa, but also the ceiling, the coffee table, the frame, the floor, even the tea that Belial brought, all contain powerful evil magic. Looking at the tea, they see an acid green liquid in their cups. Xiaoye happily says that in order to save on water bills, he dug a well in the backyard and brewed tea with water from it. Qin Haoren says with horror that all this is very impressive. He thinks that it is not so much impressive, but rather that it is simply incredibly cool. When he called it the Well of Eternity, it really became one. He thinks back to the past and thinks that combined with the feeling when he first entered, could it be said that this entire building has become a magical weapon? Holding his face, he laughs and thinks that if he still hesitated before, then at this moment, he completely understands what he did in just a few days. Xiaoye is too powerful in existence, and they must offer him their loyalty, force him to accept them in order to join his camp. Only in this way can they survive in this world. Xiaoye cordially says that they do not need to be shy and can drink tea. They all agree in unison and drink tea. He says that he just heard that a fierce battle took place not far from the safe zone. After all, they picked up Babylon in this place. Qin Haoran guiltily replies that this is indeed the case. He is not going to blame them, right? Xia Yi replies that he is sorry because the battle was so fierce. He thinks with a fearful expression that of course they are to blame, and if he had known earlier, he would not have resisted. Although in fact, he could not fight back. They did not expect that such a thing would happen. Xia Yu puts the cup to his mouth and says that fortunately the result is good. Qin Haoran is terribly afraid and asks what result he means. He replies with a kind expression that he means that they survived and can show up at his house to drink tea together. It's so wonderful. Qin Haoran made a serious face, clenched his fist, and said that they came here immediately and did not waste a minute. Xia Yu smiles and says that he wants to congratulate him on surviving. He cries and replies that yes, he survived. With a satisfied expression, he clenches his fist and thinks that it seems like the Demon King has accepted them. Xia Yi happily suggested that they have some tea, and Qin Haoran, Obara, and Lu Jiao all agreed and drank the tea. He looked at Anlu and said that she must have eaten the fried chicken he gave her last time, right? She agreed with an embarrassed expression and thought that Mr. Xia Yi was, as expected, very knowledgeable about the flow of battle. He knew that she had used up the chicken. He used the inventory and said that he still had a lot of things left in it, and storing them took up a lot of space, so he would give her some more. She looked at the message received from the system and received 20 fried chicken from Xia Yi. The others were surprised because they had also received chicken. Anlu admired and thought that such a valuable treasure he sent them 20 each, she would never let his trust down. She looked at the others with a terrified expression and thought that she would not let them disappoint him. Qin Haoran turned away from her and thought that although his teammates were seriously ill, he could bear it. As long as the Demon King approved of them, there should be no problem. If nothing bad happened, they could stand on the winning side until the end of the game. Suddenly, the doorbell rang unexpectedly, and on the tablet, it was shown that Roland had come. He was holding a bag in his hand and said that he heard that there was a small fight outside just now, so he came here to offer his condolences. Xia Yu opened the door and motioned for him to come in and said that he didn't expect Roland to come because he thought he had a lot to do. He replied that there was a small fight, so he came. If they needed help, they could contact him anytime. Suddenly, he noticed that there were Babylon and Belial in Xia Yu's bag. He turned away in horror and thought, didn't she die? Why is she here? And how did there end up being two of them? He looks around and thinks, could it be that this building has turned into a magic weapon? In the house he sees armor, weapons, and golem soldiers and thinks that he is preparing to destroy the world and this building has become his base. Is it because they did something bad that made him unhappy? Roland seriously thinks that he needs to be detained. He and Xia Yi enter his house and he notices that there are several people sitting on the sofa. They are the team that sealed the dungeon. Why are they in the Demon King's house? Roland gets an idea and thinks that they have noticed the Demon King's unusual behavior even before him and have already come here to scout. They are worthy of being the first human team. They are excellent. This comforts his heart. Qin Haoran looks at him questioningly, because he has a bad feeling. Roland gives him a thumbs up and thinks that they need to work together to stop the Demon King from destroying the world. Xia Yi looks at the sign that Roland showed and asks, you already know each other, right? Qin Haoran looks at Roland silently. Xia Yi says that they suppressed the big battle that just happened. It must be hard to survive. There are a lot of casualties, right? He looks at him and thinks, is he making fun of them? He agrees with him and says that in such a big battle, casualties are inevitable. Xia Yu says enthusiastically that this world is very interesting. He really doesn't want it to be destroyed, but he can't do anything about it. They have to work harder and save this world. Roland is very surprised and thinks that this world has become too boring for him, so he wants to bring fire to the world, and if that's the case, it will be bad. He lowers his head and says that he understands what they need to do. If he wants something interesting, does Mr. Xia think that the elves are interesting enough? Xia Yu is very surprised by his words. Roland says that he knows of an area that has not yet been opened to the public called the ancient country of the elves, and if you search, you can find it. Xia Yu, with an interested look, says that what he said interests him, and if there is a chance, he really wants to watch it. Roland raises his fist and says that he is going to catch elves. Xia Yu, with an embarrassed look, asks why he needs to catch them. Qin Haoran smiles maliciously and thinks that this is really a good show. After all, the hopes of humans are so humble in front of the Demon King. Xia Yu says that he is happy that Roland thinks so highly of him. But he is just a beginner and has no fighting ability. In order to open up the future for humanity, he should rely more on him. They both looked at Qin Haoren. Xiaoyu says that he is the best player. He looks at them with a questioning look and says that the master misunderstood his relationship with Roland. He says that he expected that nothing could be hidden from Xiaoyu. He really established a deep cooperative relationship with the first team of humans. Qin Haoren looks at him very annoyed. Roland turns away and says that now that it has been discovered, there is no point in hiding it, right? Now that they have been discovered, they need to act openly. This time, when they go to find the elves, they will go with him. They will definitely achieve their goal. Xiaoyu asked him with interest, is everything he said true? Roland replied enthusiastically that he must be sure of it. He said that he had already said that they are a special category of people created by heaven and earth. After a while, they are all standing outside as a team and Roland says that they are leaving right now. Xiaoyu waves at them and tells them to come next time. Qin Haoren, with a terrifying expression, thinks that their intentions have been completely misunderstood. Roland looked at him with confusion and was silent for a while. Turning away, he said that although he does not know why he is sad, but he thinks that he is scared by the Demon King's malice and arrogance. However, there is no need to be so afraid that the Demon King has discovered their cooperative relationship, because when they return with the elf, everything will change. Suddenly, Qin Haoren swings his arm towards Roland and hits the wall. Roland, who did not expect this, looks at the place of impact questioningly. He calls him a kid with an angry expression and asks, did he do this on purpose? Roland's expression changed and seriously said that from childhood to adulthood, he is the first one to talk to him like this. He doesn't know where he has so much courage to dare him. Qin Haoren smirked and said that he will show him his courage. He uses the inventory and takes out a chicken and shows it. Roland asks with a puzzled look, what is this? He pokes him with the chicken and asks, this must have impressed him, right? Nothing happened to Roland. He thanks him and says that he is not hungry. Lu Jiu folded his arms and said that she didn't want to say anything at first, but he was so stupid that she couldn't just keep quiet. He put the chicken back in his backpack and said that she should keep quiet because he knew what she was going to say. He put his hands in his pockets and thought that he shouldn't be too confrontational with him because it would be bad if he ruined the Demon King's plan. Roland remained silent for a while and said that he didn't understand why they were unhappy because they should be honored to be able to cooperate with him, the hope of humanity. Qin Haoren asked, so be it, but why would he cooperate with them at all? Roland raised his hand, which glowed with a special aura and restored the wall, and said that as he just said, they should open the closed area, catch the elf and bring him to the Demon King so that he could postpone his plan to destroy the world. By the way, he shouldn't knock on the walls in vain, because even though they've left the house, it's still the Demon King's house. Qin Haoren says that he should listen to him, because those words sound like they were spoken by an honest person. Obara comes up behind him and whispers that when they were at the Demon King's house just now, Mr. Xiaoyu seemed to want them to cooperate with him. Lu Jiu says that perhaps he has some deep plans that their brains can't understand at the moment. Qin Haoren asks, did she not even spare herself with her poisonous tongue? Obara asks, is it possible that the Demon King said that by accident? He says that he's the Demon King and his every word and action is related to the fate of the world. How can he throw words to the wind? AI Lu says that she understands and perhaps he asks them to find an opportunity to kill Roland. Qin Haoren turns to look at her and asks, do they think they have a chance to defeat him? Roland asks them how the discussion went and whether they will cooperate. After all, the humans should not irritate the Demon King in the near future, but avoiding problems is not a long-term solution. Only when the human players grow up and become stronger will they be able to have the strength to fight. The potential of the players is limitless, and they are the best team of players worthy of training. If they work with him, they will be able to receive a reward far beyond their current level, experience, equipment, and money. How about it? This must be a great temptation for him. He extends his hand to him, but Qin Haoren turns away from him and says that they need to go and a handshake is unnecessary. Xiaoyu watches them leave and says with a surprised expression that they seem to have become very friendly. He holds Roland and Qin Haoren's hands and says that he must unite Brother Roland and the first human team, otherwise they will not know who to turn to for help if they encounter difficulties. He stands far away from his pets and says that he really is a genius. They look at him with admiration and Bao Bao says that although he doesn't know what the Demon King does, he really is a genius. After some time, the first human team and Roland arrive at the place, and Qin Haoren turns to him and asks if this is the place he was talking about. He agrees with a grin and says that this is not an open territory yet, and this is where they want to enter. The ancient country of the elves, a forbidden zone from level 92. What is behind these doors, he also doesn't know. The only thing that can be said with certainty is that the level of the monsters inside is significantly higher than the current version, perhaps even higher than the level of the demons who arrived on Earth. Preparation, Stage 1. Roland sits in front of the first human team and says that it is known that elves, in addition to humans and demons, are one of the parallel races that once existed in their world. Chin Howren says with a disinterested look that now everything has become clearer to him. Roland holds his hair and says that in this world, there were not only two races originally. This was said in the main plot, didn't they see? Chin Howren answers embarrassedly. In order to keep up with the progress, he missed all these things, otherwise how could he be ahead of the other teams? He sighs and says that it is assumed that humanity's skills and technology come from the deity Morsi, borrowing his divine power to resist the cruel demons. During this period, the races that were unable to compete with humans and demons for survival resources gradually died out. Chin Howren looks at him in surprise and thinks, was there really such a big battle? Roland uses the system and says that there is actually another race that can compete with humans and demons, the elves, who can use the power of nature. This is a powerful force that can change the balance. However, the elf princess was unwilling to submit to either side, sacrificing her powers. She sealed the elves. Since then, the elves have become creatures of legend. Roland looks at them and asks if they understood everything. They answer that those who do not choose a side are destroyed. Roland stands with the first team of humanity in front of the portal, and says that behind this door there once lived elves, but he is not sure if they are still alive. The system informs that players are strongly advised not to enter this area. Chin Howren asks, since the warnings are already beyond the dialogue box, what level is he at now? And why not just send them to heaven? Chin Howren is level 26, Roland is level 101. He says that as long as it pleases the Demon King, it is not worth the risk, and in order not to be as unprepared as before, he took all the family treasures with him. He holds a club in his hands and spreads out the hell shackles, the Book of the Dead, the poison trap, the mask of the abyss, the torture mask and the fire trap in front of him. He moved away a little and took out a few more items such as a headband, a devil claw, a soldering iron that never cools down, demon judgment tools and shackles that bind to death. Chin Howren and Lu Jia look at all these items and he asks, what are these? He doesn't know where to start complaining because in order to please the Demon King, the hope of humanity prepared a bunch of evil props and led the group to break into the forbidden area to search for treasure. Roland raised his fist in the air and said that he only showed a part of everything and he will take responsibility for the fighting, so they don't have to worry. Chin Howren listened to him and said that they can relax now. Roland, while walking up the stairs, said that he will give them equipment, experience, money and items that they will get during the research, so they should go. Chin Howren, who is following him, said that this is good news and he is really looking forward to it. He said that they finally realize how great it is to have his help. Chin Howren looks around and agrees with Roland. He said that although he has a bad character and is very rude and disrespectful to him, but he has no choice at the moment, because now he is the best. They continue walking across the bridge and Roland says that he will train them, but in the face of unknown dangers, they must conserve resources. After all, you should never engage in battle unless absolutely necessary. Suddenly, everything around them shimmers with red light and the system announces that the battle has begun and wishes them luck, because their opponent is an A-rank monster. Roland angrily turns around and yells at them, because they should not have been noticed so quickly. Obara guiltily apologizes and says that she seems to have stepped on some kind of mechanism. A level 102 bloody owl beast appears in front of them and says that these ignorant people should not even think about disturbing the peaceful sleep of the elves. He approaches Roland and says that they need to leave and never return, because this is the only warning and if they obey, he will not kill them. Obara bowed her head before him and says that she is very sorry and it is all her fault, he can do whatever he wants with her, and he does not need to be angry. The monster is very surprised by her words and raises his hand in embarrassment. Roland gestures with his hand that they need to move away and says loudly that they can leave it to him. He turns around, looks at them with disappointment, and thinks that although it was his own demand, there was still a thin shadow of disappointment. Roland turns to the monster and uses the S-Class family treasure, the Hell Breakthrough module. The system says that it gives a 30% improvement to all attributes for 5 minutes, after which there is a transition to a weak state. The movement speed is slowed by 45% with the duration of 30 seconds. Roland furiously attacks the monster and deals many blows while it defends itself. Humanity's first team looks at him in surprise and Shinhaoran says that he was able to suppress this boss. But why is Humanity's Hope using demon equipment? Obara turns to them and asks if they should help him. She notices that they made a fire and are sitting next to him and asks them what are they doing. Shinhaoran, holding a cup of drink, says that they are resting. Did something happen? Obara, looking disappointed, says that they say that as if it were completely natural. Roland is about to finish off the boss who is down to his last 1% of health, but before the blow, the system says that the buff time has expired. The monster watches him hover in the sky with a sword and they look at each other in bewilderment. The monster gets very angry and loudly says that now it is his turn. He deals many strong blows to the place where Roland stood some time ago. Obara looks at this in horror and says that if they do not save him, he will die. The monster continues to hit that place, but suddenly Shinhaoran appears in front of him and he stops. Roland, exhausted, notices him and asks what he is doing. He should know that he is not his opponent. He notices Shinhaoran standing in front of him with a chicken in his hand and he asks him with a puzzled look, why did he take out the fried chicken again? Roland looks at him in surprise and sees him rushing towards the monster with an angry look. He asks if he rushed forward, then is he trying to bribe the boss with food? He needs to go back quickly. He admits that his idea is very original, but he saw this boss. Does he really think that he can like grilled chicken? The monster asks with an enraged look, what kind of madness is level 26 doing here? They both swing their weapons and Shinhaoran uses the fried chicken to strengthen himself. He hits the boss and basically cuts him in half. Roland looks at this with a very surprised look and says that he does not understand what just happened. Lujio and Obara look at him with admiration and Lujio says that this is an artifact that the Demon King gave them. Although it has an unattractive appearance, it has incredible power. Obara says that each of them has 20 of these chickens. Roland with an evil look grabs Shinhaoran by the collar and loudly says that since he had such a thing, he should have pulled it out sooner. He looks up and tells him that he himself said that he is well prepared for the battle. Roland turns away and says that he is indeed well prepared and if he survived his weakened state, he would be able to kill him. After all, he is confident in his ability to withstand blows. Now they need to look at the rewards and Roland says that he already says that they can take them. He uses the rune cloth bandage to heal himself and restore 40% of his health. Obara wonders what is in the orb. Lujio asks Shinhaoran if he is lucky or if she should open it herself. He opens it and sees several crystals in front of him and says that these rewards are really good. The system says that their reward is 15 gold coins, 43 silver coins, and 33 copper coins, as well as elemental ore, blazing core, and rare earth source ore. This amount of money is enough for financial freedom at the initial stage, and the ore will be needed for equipment at the later stages. Shinhaoran sheepishly says that it is a pity that this is nothing more than trash compared to the fried chicken given to him by the Demon King. He feels more and more that he is incredibly lucky to be the Demon King's subordinate. Obara and Lujio say that he is really not very lucky, since he didn't even get any equipment. He says that exchanging the fried chicken for them was even a bit of a loss, but it is better than nothing, they should share it later. Roland looked at them silently for a while and said that he suddenly thought of something. He asks with a very angry look, the weapon he just used is very powerful, where did it come from? Maybe the Demon King gave it to him? Obara answers sheepishly that during the leveling process, they picked up a treasure chest and by investing 998 copper coins, they were able to get super powerful equipment. She is sweating coldly, holding Xiaohao's instructions behind her back and says that they really are so lucky. Shinhaoran looks at him and says that this is exactly how it is. Lujio looks at them, reaches into his inventory and thinks that since they have an item that can easily kill a level 100 monster, only a fool would believe such an outrageous lie. Roland looks at them with a serious look for a while. She thinks that this is bad and maybe she will have to start a fight. He turns away and says that they can split the rewards and he will go ahead and look around. She looks at him with a surprised expression, thinking, if he believes, then maybe he really is a fool? Shinhaoran looks at her with a sneer and says that Roland reminded him of this. She asks him with a puzzled expression, what is he talking about? He says that it is really unreasonable for the Demon King to hand over such a powerful weapon to them. She asks him what he means. They look at each other seriously and Shinhaoran is about to say something but pauses. He says with a satisfied face that he must really want to have an elf. She agrees with him and says that it is most likely that's why he gave them weapons that will help them kill monsters. He thinks about it, and says that it might be so because the difficulty of this territory was within his expectations. He already knew that they wouldn't be able to win alone. She replies that if you think about it like that, everything becomes clear. They look at each other with sly faces, and he says that that's why they should find the elves and let Master Xiaoyu see their sincerity. Obara watches silently as they laugh and say that they didn't expect each of them to be so smart. After a while, they run into the Guardian of the Fallen Throne, a level 108 Class A monster. He threatens them with a furious look and says that if they do one more shang, they will die. He roars loudly and attacks them. Roland uses the space distortion module. The monster looks at him and Qin Haoren in surprise. He uses fried chicken to strengthen and uses the skill trash, the profession of scum, Class C and level 1. This distracts the monster, who asks irritably, "Where did so much trash come from?" The monster turns around and sees Roland and Qin Haoren attacking him at the same time. They are standing above him, and the monster with 1% of health asks how is this possible. Using the system, he files a complaint about the violation of the game rules due to the fact that high-level NPCs together with an alternative character secretly entered the restricted area to farm mobs, and also used items of unknown origin. The system reports that his violation report was received, and after checking, a violation was found. The enemy was deducted 4 reputation points. The monster, who expected more, asks, "Is that really all?" After that, he died, and Qin Haoren opened the chest and received 28 gold coins, 66 silver coins and 76 copper coins, as well as some destroyed tree roots with a note saying they were useless, a Manhwa gaming console with only Tetris on it, and a love letter to the elf princess that had already turned yellow. After some time, Roland stands in front of the portal and says that the elf throne is ahead, and if the elves are still alive, there should be clues inside. But the elves sealed themselves to prevent their power and treasures from falling into the hands of other races. So there must be unexpected dangers ahead of them. He starts talking about being careful, but suddenly stops when he sees a system message about entering battle. He turns to Qin Haoren and asks, "Can't they be more professional?" He turns to Obara and Lugio and asks, "Why can't they be more professional?" Obara, who is lying in Lugio's arms, tearfully says that it really wasn't her. Because she didn't even dare to go alone in order not to step on the mechanism. A huge black monster appears in front of them. Roland and Qin Haoren look at it in horror. The monster says that they are intruders, and he doesn't understand how they dare to disturb the elves' sleep. Are they tired of living? This was the only warning. They need to leave here and never come back, and if they obey, he will spare their lives. Roland, with a puzzled look, says that it seems to him that he has heard this phrase somewhere before. The monster did not expect this and asked him what he said. Maybe he hasn't heard another phrase? Ignorance will lead to their death, and they need to get closer to feel its rage. Qin Haoren and Roland exchange glances, and he says that this is very similar to the game he played before, and it seems that someone is plagiarizing. The Hope of Humanity agree with him, and says that it seems a little familiar to him too. The monster asks them to wait with an embarrassed look and says that he will think about it a little more. Roland and Qin Haoren look behind the monster and see a little girl with a collection of classic villain phrases version 2 and says that she is already starting to remember. Caught in a jar, she says that she was caught too easily. She screams very loudly and they look at her in surprise. The system reports the disclosure of the illusions of the Elven King's throne. The whole team shares the gained experience of 8,990 and everyone increased their level by 1, and Qin Haoren also receives a 3D projector. Roland says that the teleporter is open. It seems that the preliminary task in front of the Elven King's throne was just overcome. Qin Haoren agrees with him and says that the difficulty was so low that he thought it was a mini-game. These words touch the girl and she says that she is just a projection, but in fact, she is the owner of the most powerful elf in the kingdom. She recalls the past and says that after the princess's sacrifice, the kingdom fell and everyone died, but only she remained alive and with her power protected the kingdom for 1,000 years. She is the most powerful elf, and as long as she was here, no one could steal the elf's legacy. They look at her with sinister smiles and shake the jar. Roland asks if she really means that she is an elf. She says that they are strange. She remembered the past and that elf saw a strange mushroom, tasted it, and she died because she ate a poisonous mushroom, but she can't say it out loud. After some time, an S-class monster, a level 101 Angry Mars. She is the ruler of the Elven Kingdom, the most powerful boss in this region. They are above her and ask why she is a soul. Obara asks if it can be said that she died. Qin Haoren asks if the Demon King asked them to make this journey in vain. It is impossible. Roland says that it is definitely impossible, because elves are immortal without external influence. The illusions protecting this place were only destroyed after their arrival, and there are no traces of a fight in the throne room, so it is definitely not murder. Chin Haoran looks at him mockingly and asks if it is definitely not murder, then maybe it is suicide? Roland puts his hand to his chin and says that this is a pretty bold guess. They say that they should look down, because they can see her body there. He looks at her in surprise and says that he realized something. She guarded the ruins alone for thousands of years, and in the long river of time, she was corroded by loneliness, and she gradually lost herself, and the soul began to give birth to evil thoughts. And the physical body and good thoughts sank into a deep sleep, and the condition for clearing the dungeon is to defeat her evil thoughts and awaken her. The girl in the jar, with a hopeless expression, thinks that it's surprising that he didn't say anything right at all, since it's no longer a body but a skeleton. Roland, with a satisfied look, asks her if he figured it out. She awkwardly gives him a thumbs up and says that his reasoning is impeccable and he's very smart. He says that her appearance is different from normal A-rank monsters, since her strength is S-rank, and even he's not sure that he can defeat her easily. He looks at Chin Haoran and asks what they're going to do. He raises his hand up and says that he doesn't have the right equipment anymore. Roland sighs, an item appears in his hand and says that it looks like this method is the only option. He took this to ambush the Demon King, and it's the most powerful weapon. She suddenly gets angry and says that someone has invaded and his blood should calm her rage. Roland's trap flies at her and she asks what it is. Since it's lying on the ground, you need to step on it to activate it. Suddenly, the trap is triggered, and she is very surprised. Chin Haoran looks at him questioningly and asks what this is. Roland replies that this is one of the treasures passed down from generation to generation in the family, which he originally planned to use against the Demon King. It is an S-class equipment, a plague bomb that borrows the powers of the first 4 demons, creates a plague that deals huge real damage and has a control effect. The disadvantage is that people who are attacked by this attack will experience great pain and their lives will become hell, and they will not be able to resist. Chin Haoran, looking irritated, asks loudly, how could his family pass down such terrible things from generation to generation? Roland replies contentedly that their family has been fighting demons for generations, and isn't it reasonable to collect valuable equipment from defeated demons? Chin Haoran and the girl are very horrified by this thing, and she thinks that collecting and using are 2 different things, right? Wasn't he a good person? Chin Haoran wonders why he has the feeling that the Demon King's tea is like this. Mars is surprised by the trap and it triggers on her, wrapping her in vines. She was hit by the plague trap and felt that she had lost her strength and was unable to resist, experiencing severe pain. Roland jumps down and says that she is finally trapped. He dashes towards her and uses buffs, gas mask, attack power increase, all attributes increase, high luck buff and legendary hellbreak module. Roland points his sword at her with loud screams and is about to attack. She looks at him indignantly and gets hit by him. Mars looks at him confused and asks if he is a high-level human NPC? Roland furiously deals a quick series of blows, and she says that he is not just a human, but a real devil. The girl says that he has a maniacal laugh villains and this is outrageous, because the NPC brought a group of players to intimidate the elves and he uses such an unethical method of attack. Chin Haoran looks at the battle and says that he did not expect that he would be so strong after using all his power. He really is the hope of humanity, and he seems to have underestimated him. She looks at him in surprise and asks if he is really the hope of humanity. He turns to look at her, looks questioningly and asks how she knows about this. She says that not long ago, a voice showed her a prophecy where after the 2 worlds merge, a brave man will appear who can lead the players to completely destroy the demon clan and defeat the Demon King, and he is called the hope of humanity. She looks at Roland with tears in her eyes and says if it is him, then it is better to just despair. Mars gets angry and says that he should not underestimate her will that has lasted for millennia. She uses her aura to push him away. Roland seriously says that the duration of the plague trap has reached its limit. He looks at Mars who has 3% health left, and says that it is a pity that the damage is not enough. She gets angry and attacks him saying that she cannot let a person like him take away the child she protected all her life. They attack each other, but his blow becomes fatal for her. Unfortunately, the most powerful elven warrior may have forgotten that she was fatally poisoned by a mushroom during her life. Roland is left alone in the middle of the battlefield and sheathes his sword. Humanity's first team jumps down to him, and Chin Haoran says that he is really good. He turns away from them and says that there is no need to flatter him, but rather to examine the body. The girl sadly thinks that after killing Mars, all he thinks about is examining the corpse. Can he really be called Hope? She disappears from the jar in despair. Roland says that this is very strange, because there was no reward, and even the elf disappeared. This is a little different from what he expected. Maybe he fought the boss incorrectly? Chin Haran says, does he really think there is something wrong with his style just now? What should they do next? Roland turns to the corpse and says that if nothing else, they will have to take it to the Demon King. The others ask him if he is serious about saying this. Suddenly, the surrounding area turns purple and the room is covered in runes. And everyone asks what happened? Maybe some kind of mechanism or an earthquake did it? Chin Haran says that he is afraid that his evil style and words have finally angered the spirits of the ruins. Roland, with the corpse on his shoulders, says that this is not so, because when he moved this corpse, he must have broken the seal of the elves. He asks him when he managed to throw it on his back. This is the highest form of the seal of the elves and it breaks. Suddenly, the door opens and Roland asks what is happening. Chin Haran is terrified and thinks that he needs to hurry up and throw away this corpse. Maybe it's not too late. An elf comes through the door and calls out for Sister Mars. The elven princess Shura, who has been sleeping for thousands of years, wakes up. She says that she can't feel her anymore. She calls out to her and asks where she is. She looks at them and her corpse and faints. The elven princess, who has been sleeping for thousands of years, has fallen into a deep sleep again. They say with surprised faces that the elven princess has split. They finally met the elf, and why did this happen now? Roland looks thoughtfully and says that he thinks that she can still be glued back together and saved. It's still better than having a corpse on his face. They ask him with surprised faces, is this really the most important thing now? He says that this is the most important thing now, and they need to help him while he gets the glue. They ask him if he's really going to use glue for this. Roland agrees and says that they need to undress her first. Suddenly, a rainbow beam attacks her body from the sky and she dies. Chin Haran asks what they should do now. Roland says that they need to return to the corpse. He says loudly that it is time to stop talking about this corpse. He holds his face and says that this is a failure. Yahello stands behind him with a terrifying look and asks, should they fail the mission and go back to the great demon king? She would rather kill them for his peace of mind. Chin Haran is afraid and remains silent for a while. Lugio takes her shoulder and passes by, saying that they should first search the ruins to see if there are any survivors. Obara joins them and says that she will go too. Roland notices something and looks at Shura and wants to say something, but pauses. A stone is visible in her corpse, and he says that it may be the true treasure of the elves called the Elven Wisdom Stone. That is, what the elven princess really wanted to destroy with the explosion, what her people wanted to seal 1,000 years ago. S+ rank item, Elven Wisdom Stone. Roland knelt down and said that this S-rank artifact, capable of changing the strength of the parties, contains all the knowledge and methods of controlling the elven power that the elven race has possessed for millions of years. It contains all the knowledge and methods of controlling the elven power that the elven race has possessed for millions of years. Chin Haran said that in other words, obtaining it is equivalent to mastering the power of the elves, the third power that can keep up with the divine and demonic powers. Roland stretches out his hand towards him with an evil grin and says that as long as he has this, he no longer needs to fear the Demon King, and all the humiliation he has suffered recently can be washed away. Suddenly, his hand is stopped by Chin Haran and says that he needs to stop. Does he mean that they will not hand this over to the Demon King? Roland continues to smirk and asks if he is getting too involved in this drama. The reason they are pleasing the Demon King is simply to paralyze him and stabilize the situation. Now they have an artifact that gives them a chance to destroy him. How can they hand it over? Chin Haran laughs and says that he finally understands what is going on now. Roland looks at him questioningly. What did he finally understand? He replies that he finally understands why the Demon King wanted him to go look for the elves with him. He looks at him and asks why he wanted that so much. Chin Haran says that he thought he just wanted to have an elf for fun, but he didn't expect that he actually planned and predicted everything. There can't be any mistake, he knew for a long time that the Wisdom Stone was here. Roland looks at him in surprise and asks how is this possible? He says that Xiaoyu knows that they, humans, will never be able to control the power of the elves, so he ordered a group of them to follow him all the way. The Demon King entrusted them with such an important mission, it seems they are really in his heart. Roland says with a serious look that he is sorry to have to break his promise, but he cannot give them an artifact of this level. He must take it to the Heavenly City. Through it, the people will have confidence to fight against the Demon King. He takes the artifact and says that they can finally take back all the injustices they have suffered. When he pulled out the stone, it turned out to be just an engraving version. Roland looks at him in surprise while the first team of humanity runs away. He gets up and asks what he just did. Shin Haoran with a sly expression says that he is sorry and asks him not to be angry. After all, it was just a little entertainment skill. Shin Haoran used a C-rank robber skill, a street trick that allows you to swap 2 items. Roland says with a serious expression that he is surprised that they are going to fight him. Do they really think they can defeat him? He replies with a satisfied face that it is definitely impossible to defeat in the ordinary sense. Lu Jiao says with a smart expression that it is possible if they insist on a rough approach. She uses the 1,000-shot skill in unison, and many shots of chicken appear from behind her. Roland looks at this with a surprised look and asks if this is what he thinks it is. She puts her hand forward and tells the chickens to fly forward. He uses a rank S divine shield to defend against her attack. He asks if this is the magical roast chicken again. Didn't he say there was no more? Shin Haoran says with a satisfied look that he has used up his chicken. He stands in a cloud of smoke from the attack and says that he understands everything. He has half of his health left, and says that they left themselves a spare move from the beginning. He dashes forward with a furious look and uses skills such as Free Blessing, which gives immunity to movement restrictions by 10%, Blessing of the Lord, which gives an increase in all attributes by 10%, and Holy Light, which adds 46% true damage to the attack. Obara uses a serious expression and says that they need to run faster since she will stop him. But he breaks through next to her and attacks Shin Haoran. He defends himself with a chicken and Roland looks at him with a serious expression. He is thrown back by his attack and has little health left. He thinks that even though they need to rely on the chicken, they can attack him, but if they go for a direct confrontation, the difference in levels still decides. He looks at Obara and says that she said that she would stop him. Did she delay him for at least a second? She shyly replies that she tried her best. She really tried. She uses a spell and says that this time, she will definitely stop him. LV. 4 Starfire gathers magical energy in her hands and shoots it out at high speed in the form of energy bullets, dealing 788 points of damage. Fried chicken increases damage to 8,358 points. Roland reflects her attack with his own strike and it explodes at the top of the room. Lu Jiao looks at it with admiration and says that such a luxurious light is produced by the explosion of the artifact. He thinks with a serious expression that this fried chicken is causing trouble. We can't continue to waste time and we need to quickly get the Wisdom Stone. Anlu appears behind him and uses the skill Sneak Strike level 6. He didn't expect this but he still reflects her attack. Shin Haoran notices the artifact on the ground and thinks that when he attacked it, the stone fell out. He loudly says that they need to quickly pick up the stone. Anlu agrees with him and reaches out his hand to the stone, but Roland tells her not to think about it. He hits her stomach with the pommel of his sword and reaches out his hand to the stone. Suddenly, Lu Jiao kicks the stone away from him and tells Shin Haoran to catch it. He rushes towards the artifact and says that he will catch it. Roland, who did not expect this, turns to look at him and sees how he almost grabbed the stone. Xia Yu's house. He says that there is no need to fight and no need to hurt each other anymore because of him. He fixed the TV and is going to take a nap, and they can just watch TV. Belial and Babylon, who are sitting on the sofa, say that they understand him. As he leaves, he thinks that he never thought that after he achieved mastery in manufacturing skills and engineering, he would be able to fix the TV. He feels that in the future, he will be able to save a lot on maintenance. After all, surviving in this world is not easy, and everything must be carefully planned. What should he practice next? They say with satisfied faces that he really paid a lot to infiltrate human society. The elf dungeon. Shin Haoran reaches out to the stone and says that he almost grabbed it. Roland grabs his head with his hand, throws him away from the stone and grabs it. He asks with an indignant look how did he get here so quickly? Lu Jiao, holding a gun, says that they did not stop attacking. How is it possible that he got there despite holding back together? Anlu asks what is this? They notice a toy on the floor and say that the object they just attacked has become this toy. Roland says with a satisfied look that it is just a C-rank street scammer skill. When he was bored, he practiced with it for a while. This skill swaps 2 objects. Shin Haoran wants to say something with an angry look, but Roland hits him and stops him from saying it. Obara calls his name with a worried look. Lu Jio says how dare he do this. Although she can't blame at all, she still feels cool. Roland lifts the stone up and says that it is time to put an end to this farce. A red aura comes from the artifact and the members of the Humanity First team defend themselves with chickens. They fall to the ground with little health left, and Lu Jio says that she didn't expect that even the chicken the Demon King gave them couldn't withstand the power of an S+ tier item. Obara says that if the humans obtain that item, the Demon King will be in danger. Chin Haoran kneels down, and Roland says that he thought they were getting along well. He asks him with an arrogant expression, isn't he ashamed of himself as the leader of the players, having brought himself to this point fighting for the Demon King? Chin Haoran wipes his face from the impact and asks if he thinks he has the right to say that to him. Roland says that no matter how much the humans bow down, they will always find a way to get back on their feet. His prophecy of humanity's victory has never been in doubt. Chin Haoran replies that he is actually quite skeptical about it. He looks down on him and remains silent for a while. Chin Haoran looks at him and asks if he is not going to kill them. Roland stands in front of the portal and says that he has no need to do that. After all, no matter how low they have fallen, there are always things he will never do. When he returns the Wisdom Stone to the city, they will realize how short-sighted they are. Obara heals them and Lu Jio says that he took it. Chin Haoran looks at her and says that he saw this and the mission can be said to have failed, since such a powerful item fell into the hands of the enemy. Lu Jio looks at Anlu thinking about killing them first and then committing suicide and takes out a knife. Obara tearfully asks if they can withstand the wrath of the Demon King. Chin Haoran turns around and asks what she is thinking of doing. Lu Jio defends himself from Anlu's strike and says that they should first go back and report everything. After all, the power of the stone is too great, and even a chicken could not cope with it. It was impossible to win. If they show the results sincerely, the great Demon King will understand. She looks at her and asks what she thinks about it. Anlu continues to hold the dagger in her hand and looks at her silently. Sometime later, in Xia Ye's house, there is a petrified corpse of an elf on the table, and he asks in surprise if this is the same elf they talked about. Chin Haoran guiltily replies that this is true, but not entirely, because a third is still here. He shows him a bag that contains the remains of the corpse. Xia Ye looks at it silently for a while. He asks that although the most important part is missing, do he think there is any way to get around it? He lowers his head with a serious look and asks if this is really a compromise in this situation. Chin Haoran, with a frightened look, thinks that it is over, because he is angry. Anlu, with an admiring look, thinks that Xia Yi is very handsome even when he is angry. He sits and looks at them with a terrifying look. The game world, the Sky City. Everyone is happy about Roland's return and asks how his mission went. He smiles contentedly, and is told that he hasn't seen such a happy smile for a long time. Roland says that everything went very smoothly and they, humans, finally found true hope. One of the assistants asks if this is true. If so, then everything is very wonderful. Another assistant says that Mr. Yuli has been waiting for him for a long time, and he needs to report to him personally. Roland goes up the stairs and says that he understands him. Walking into the hall, he sees several people sitting at the table. Yuli Dix, the 7th of the 12 members of the Sky City Council, says that Roland has finally returned. He asks why humanity has real hope. He says that he received it and shows the stone. The most precious treasure of the elves, the Elven Stone of Wisdom. Xia Yu's house. He asks with a satisfied look, what is he talking about? Because even though he couldn't see what a real elf looks like, he's already very happy that they thought of a gift for him. It must have been bought at the souvenir shop near the dungeon, right? And besides, it must have been pretty expensive since it's a 1:1 scale. They stare at it silently for a while. They're happy with their faces that Xia Yi isn't angry, and Anlu thinks that maybe he's doing this because he loves her. He says that he has mastered the relevant skills, maybe he can practice. Does he really want to resurrect her? They look at him in surprise and Anlu thinks that it is probably not because he loves her. Xia Yu looks at the body with a thoughtful expression and says that this part of the chest is the most damaged, most likely it can be restored, so it is not a problem. Chin Haoran thinks about what Roland said, that the chest and abdomen are where elves accumulate strength. That explosion means that this elf, in order to avoid falling into their hands, released all his energy. It also means instant death and her energy, and so return to the energy movement of the world with the explosion. It will be simply impossible to find her. Chin Haoran lowered his gaze and said that it was most likely impossible to do. Xia Yu with a sad expression said that this is very sad news. He takes out the box and says that there is nothing to be done, but he can replace it with this ribcage model he created a few days ago. He is confused, thinking, is he really going to replace it? Xiaoyu uses the system and says that the skin color was something like this. He holds the rib cage with a satisfied expression and says that now we can begin. Although he does not know how to fight, but when it comes to repairing figurines, this is exactly his specialty. He focused on creating with his eyes closed. This time, he just needs to follow his inner intuition and finding the universal key in his heart. All actions become single, turning the difficult into simple. The system tells him that he needs to press F to repair the elf doll, but if he uses a gamepad, he needs to press B. He says with a serious expression that he needs to do it now. He created the body with his own hands and thinks if what he did was successful. Xiaoyu looks at the table with a satisfied expression and thinks that the special effects are quite realistic. Qin Haoren looks at her in surprise and asks what happened. Did the energy gather in her body? Shura opens her eyes and sees Xiaoyu standing over her with a terrifying look. She is very surprised and thinks, what is the Demon King doing here? She is very upset because her chest has become smaller. She fell into a deep sleep again, and this time she does not really want to wake up and asks not to save her. Qin Haoren looks at this in horror and silently thinks that she has definitely resurrected now. He looks at Xia Yi and thinks, what kind of power is this? After all, he completely changed the laws of energy. He is simply an omnipotent being. Xia Yi with a satisfied expression says that he did not expect that the doll they brought is so lifelike. He really likes it. Qin Haoren with an indignant expression thinks, did he really say that she is a doll? The elf princess that humans and demons have longed for thousands of years is nothing more than a doll. Anlu looks on in admiration and says that she understands everything, and it turns out that dolls are Xia Yi's weakness. The noble elven princess fell into the hands of Master Xia Yi and became a doll that can be played with at will. Master Xia Yi looks indifferent, but in fact, his heart is burning with an incredible flame and is full of passion. She needs to find a way to become such a woman and win Master Xia Yi's favor. Qin Haoren says that they have another souvenir. He takes out a ball and says that he should accept it. He looks on in surprise as the hologram asks, is this really all their anger? Do they need to feel the hatred of 10,000 years? Are they really looking for death? Xia Yi says that it is a little interesting, and he thinks that it can be modified and put as an alarm on the door, and if they do not need these things, then he will accept them. Qin Haoren, looking pleased, asks him to accept the gift. Xia Yu awkwardly says that he has nothing to offer in exchange for his gift. He says that he doesn't need to worry about it since he's already too polite. Shura opens one eye and thinks that these people are using her to make a deal with the Demon King. She wonders what this thing is that's even more valuable than her. Why are they betraying their race? Xia Yu asks if they're out of fried chicken. Qin Haoren agrees with a smile and says that it was incredibly cool. He says with a satisfied look that he's glad they like it. He also has chicken baked in premium salt, so he gives it to them. Qin Haoren says that he's very grateful to him for such a gift. Shura indignantly thinks that she, like a princess, was exchanged for a chicken. She sniffs it, and her mouth starts to water, and she thinks that it smells really nice. But taste is not the main thing. The thing is that she has now fallen into the hands of the Demon King. What should she do? Qin Haoren heads towards the exit and says that they should continue leveling up. Xia Yu waves to them, wishes them luck and says that she will wait for them next time. They walk out of his house and he waves to him. Lu Jiu asks them how it went. He replies that they are back. She says that the warriors have split into two and they are in charge of preparing for a surprise attack from behind. Obara says with admiration that he surprises her. She used the money she got this time to buy a very nice cemetery so that even if the Demon King wants to execute them, they will not become wandering ghosts. He calmly replies that the Demon King is not angry with them. Obara is about to run and says that she understands and will be right back. Lu Jiu stops her and says that they can leave it behind because sooner or later they will need it. She turns to them and asks what happened there. Qin Haoren smiles and says that the elven legacy they worked so hard to bring back was just a doll, and he was so happy that he gave them 10 salt-roasted chickens. Obara and Lu Jiu are surprised by this, and she asks if these are really new artifacts in such large quantities. He puts his hand to his head and says that their power has amazed him time and time again, and he couldn't help but feel that being on the right side is great. At the same time, Roland. He raised his empty hand and said that he received this, the Elven Wisdom Stone. The people in the audience are surprised and ask what happened. Could it be that Master Roland made a mistake? How is this possible since he is the hope of humanity? The bald man says that he understands and this is the type of thing that only smart people can see. The guy said that he can see it, and it's very impressive. He really is the hope of humanity. Roland looks at his hand in surprise and asks how could this happen. It was in his hand a second ago, and suddenly turned into energy, and disappeared in an instant. The guy says that it turns out that these are not the things that only smart people can see. The bald man holds his head and asks why he didn't say anything about this before. Yuli says that they should stop causing trouble, because the elven princess has been resurrected and the elven stone of wisdom is an elven thing, and its return is normal. Roland looks at him with a surprised look and asks, did he say that the elven princess has been resurrected? Yuli says with a serious look that it is not only him, because he also watches every move of the Demon King, and he thinks that he is quite an actor. Roland says that the elven princess exploded right in front of him, and it was impossible to heal her or something. He gets up and says that he is right and that when such a situation arises, there are no more than two possibilities. That firstly, he deceived them all and since the first time he went there, he has been at his mercy the whole time. He turned away guiltily and said that he couldn't object to that. They were giving off an evil aura and Yulia said that the second possibility was that he betrayed them. Xiaoyo's house. Shura thinks that those people really just abandoned her and left. When he approached her, she pursed her lips. He says that they were finally alone. She was almost crying, thinking that he really knew that she was awake. What would he do to her? Her hands had an aura from the spell and she was thinking what should she do now, should she really fight? If she were to fight the Demon King, would she have a chance to win? He put his hand on her head and told her that she didn't need to be afraid, because there were only the two of them. She could open her eyes and see that no one would hurt her. She thought shyly that his words were so kind and gentle. But he was the Demon King, why was he so warm? With her elf passive skill, she sees an evil aura coming from him. He looks at her questioningly and asks why she changed and shrank. At the same time, in the Sky City, Yuli says that the second possibility is that Roland betrayed them. He looks at him in surprise and asks what he is talking about. He makes a gesture with his fingers and a square barrier appears around Roland. Everyone is surprised by this and his assistant says that it is impossible for Roland to betray them. After all, he will eventually defeat the Demon King along with the players. How can he betray them? Suddenly, he is thrown back by the attack and Roland looks at him in horror. Yuli stands there with a serious expression and a gun in his hand. Everyone is surprised and asks what is this? He says that it is an S+ level artifact that was given to him by God. And they call him the number 3 Demon Slayer. He is able to borrow the power of the creator god Moxie. No one can resist his energy. 007 stands up and says that everything that Yuli said was right. He says with a smile that this is much better. Roland says with an angry expression, what are they talking about? He looks at him questioningly, and Yuli points the gun at him. The bald man asks if he doesn't think this is not very appropriate. He says with a serious expression that extraordinary times call for extraordinary countermeasures. Now that the situation has gotten out of control, they have to take more extreme measures. Whether he is a traitor or not, they will know by looking at the underlying code. At Xiaoyo's house, Bao Bao looks at him and meows questioningly. He turns to look at him and asks if he is interested in where he is going. He is going to go and check out this doll. He doesn't know why, but no matter what he does, he can't make her look grown up and is very worried that she is broken, so he goes into the store and asks. Bao Bao meows with an admiring look. Xiaoyo closes the door in his face and tells him to be a good boy, look after the house and don't let evil mice in. He looks towards the city and asks in surprise, why are the clouds so dark there? He wanted to say something else, but paused. With a satisfied expression on his face, he asked, is it really going to rain heavily? He runs into the city under an umbrella and says that it is good that he took it with him. In the Sky City, Yuli stands with a serious expression, points his weapon forward and asks if Archbishop Pucci also wants to confront him. He sat in the middle of the table and Yuli says that he remembers that he must be a supporter of the main fight like him. He agrees with him and remembers about level 84 and thinks that if he can win, he will truly be the main fighting force. But the Demon Slayer weapon that borrows the powers of a god is their most powerful trump card at present, and even if a fight with the Demon King occurs, there is no chance of winning. If they can win, the situation may change completely. He turned towards Roland and asked him in his mind what he thinks about this. He looks at him questioningly and thinks that no matter what he is thinking, he does not think it will work. Pucci says with a serious expression that he agrees to start a war, but he has also seen the power of the Demon King with his own eyes. He believes that he, the only one in the world who wields a demon slayer weapon, has the power to face him. How about he fights the demon king himself, using his power to make them realize their foolishness? Julia stands there silently for a while with a serious expression and later says that it makes sense. Pucci gets off the table and says that he will go first in that case. Julia moves his hand aside and says that in that case, everything is decided. Roland asks if he is serious about that. He says with a confident expression that he will go and meet the Demon King in person. And he will let them all see what the true hope of humanity is. Roland is surprised and says that he should not cause them any more trouble because the Demon King is not as simple as he thinks. Julia snaps his fingers and says that he will personally confirm that too and that he should just wait for good news in prison. He says with an excited look that everyone needs to prepare to fight the Demon King. They need to close all the services of the game industry such as shops and trading houses in the safe zone and remove all the NPCs from the safe zone, disable the barrier although it makes no difference whether it is disabled or not, prepare the number 3+ Demon Slayer to fire. Pucci looks at him and asks if he is going to disable the safe zone? Yuli turns to him and asks since the shopping district has almost turned into the Demon King's home, what else can they do? Pucci says that if he thinks it is necessary, then so be it. He thinks with a sly expression that this is a really serious step and if he wins, then everything will go as planned. After a while, Yuli stands on the street and looks down and says that the army is coming with him and even if the Demon King cannot be killed, then it is necessary to bring back the elf. They also need to contact the media to set up a global live broadcast, so that everyone in the world can see what real hope looks like. Xiaoyu arrives at the store in the Sky City and asks if it's closed. A thought occurs to him, and he wants to say something but pauses. With a satisfied face, he asks if today is a holiday? He turns around and silently watches as people run away from this place. They tell him that they need to quickly leave the city, and if he doesn't leave, it will be too late. Xiaoyu thinks, since today is a holiday, they want to go on a trip? One guy turns to him and loudly asks what he's doing. The safe zone has stopped working so he needs to escape right now. Xiaoyu looks at him with a stunned expression and asks if this is really true. He thinks with a satisfied face, do even the system god artifacts take a break? The game world really has good privileges. Suddenly a leaflet falls next to him which says that real estate prices in the shopping district are falling. He looks at it in horror and realizing the seriousness of the matter falls to his knees. Yuli appears behind him with his army, and he says that he has finally met him. Xiaoyu gets to his feet, leans against the wall and asks what he means. Shura gets out of his bag and thinks, did she really fall asleep again? She sees the army and thinks, what is happening now? Maybe the demons and humans are fighting for her again? The tragedy of 1,000 years ago is about to happen again. Xiaoyu holds the bag and says that she should not be afraid and he will count to 3. He says 1 and Shura thinks, is he really going to act? They should run away after all they cannot defeat the Demon King. When he says 2, Yuli and his army become wary and she thinks that her existence is so harmful to the country and the people. Isn't she worthy of ordinary happiness? He says 3 and runs away. Shura, who didn't expect this, asks what just happened. One man from the army asks Julia if he wants to chase him. He stops him with his hand and says that it's worth waiting, because maybe this is some kind of trick. Xiaoyu falls and the assistant asks Julia what they should do now. He thinks with a serious look that now it's even more suspicious. After a while, Xiaoyu sits tied up and with a frightened expression thinks why he was tied up. Several warriors from Julia's army are standing around him, and he himself is talking to a man from the army. The hooded man said that he didn't expect everything to be so simple. He replied that, to be honest, he was also in shock. Julia asks him if he found the elf, or the Stone of Wisdom. He says with a guilty look that even though he was tied up, it was still a little scary to search him. Shura peeks out from behind the rock and looks worried, wondering why he doesn't fight back even though he has invincible strength. She sees him sitting tied up with a scared look and wondering what he wants to do. Yuli turns to Xiaoyu and says that he should give him the elf. He looks at him in surprise and asks if the elf is really his goal. He asks with a satisfied face how much he is willing to pay for it. Everyone is surprised to hear this and asks in one voice, is he willing to sell the elf? Shura looks at this with fear and thinks, does he seriously want to sell her? Yuli, who didn't expect this, thinks, does he want to sell him the elf? He looks at the sitting Xiaoyu and thinks, what is really going on here? He sits with a satisfied look and thinks that he didn't know that they actually needed this doll. If they had told him this earlier, he wouldn't have been so scared. Xiaoyu exhales and Yuli puts his hand on his face and thinks that this is impossible. There must be a catch. This is too suspicious. This is a priceless treasure, a powerful force that can destroy the balance. How can you just sell it? Whether it's a pretense after catching it, or a pretense of a deal, a fake will always be a fake, and unlike Roland, he will never manipulate him. Yuli says with an angry look that he will not pay a penny for the elf. Xiaoyu looks at him in surprise, then lowers his head and says with a serious look that he did not expect that he wanted to profit for free. Yuli asks him what he means. He looks at the assistant and asks him, does he want this elf? He asks with an embarrassed look, how can you not think about it? Xiaoyu has become a gigachad and asks him if he is willing to pay him a little for her. This scene is shown on all the screens, and one of the army says that the monthly salary is 13 gold coins, and his current deposit is 430 gold coins. If the form of down payment and credit is maintained, then he thinks that he can offer a price of about 1,200 gold coins. Xiaoyu loudly asks, who can offer him a higher price? Everyone asks with a stunned look, does he really want a higher price for her? Yuli loudly insults him and asks, does he really think this is an auction? He turns around and hears voices from the army. Someone raises the price by 100, 500, adds the same amount. He asks displeasedly, what are they doing? Shura thinks with horror that the bidding has actually begun. In just one moment, he eliminated all the hostility of the soldiers. How can this be? Could this all have been his plan? The price has already risen to 3,000 gold coins, and Xiaoyu thinks with a smile that the price is getting higher and higher, and these sounds are the most pleasant music in the world. He laughs with a terrifying look and says that they should give him a higher price. Suddenly, one of his army calls out to Yuli and says that the internet has also started participating in the auction. He turns to him and asks what he means. He says loudly that since they organized a global live broadcast, people from all over the world saw the auction. He says that this is funny, because these players cannot know the price of the elf. They answer him that they do not know the price. They say that the main thing is that she looks good. Yuli looks at him questioningly and asks where they got the money to participate in the auction. They answer that they are crowdfunding. Everyone is surprised to hear this and ask if they are really doing it. Shura asks with a thoughtful look what crowdfunding means. The so-called crowdfunding is an investment model in which investors invest in a company's projects and receive a certain share and ownership rights. At this moment, all the money in the world is gathered here. Yuli turns to them and says loudly that they need to quickly turn off the live broadcast right now. Shura thinks with an embarrassed look that he not only destroyed the enemy's hostility and morale, but also united the people of the world. She remembers his face with admiration and says that he is really different from all the demon kings. Xiaoyu thinks that reselling rare items from the souvenir shop is a profitable business, and you can also live broadcast the sale of goods. He never thought that such a profitable business existed, and he should ask Qin Haoren to bring more things and then he will become rich. But it is surprising that they managed to get such a thing. Meanwhile, at the first team of people, Obara looks at him and asks what happened to him. Qin Haoren thoughtfully says that he has a feeling that the Demon King is thinking about him. The first team of humans is currently on a mission to escort a mechanical chicken. After completing this mission, they will receive 1,500 experience points. Shura emerges from behind a rock and addresses Xiaoyu, who in turn looks at her questioningly. She asks sheepishly if he really wants to sell her. Something trembled in his heart, but he became sad and said that he just wants to live. He remembers the moment when Yuli angrily said that he would not pay a penny. He says that if he does not give her up, they will use violence to rob him. She looks at him questioningly and asks him why doesn't he just resist? Xiaoyu says that he shouldn't do that, because violence only breeds more excessive violence. He imagines the situation if he resisted. Yuli orders her soldiers to beat him and asks how dare he resist? Shura looks at him with admiration and repeats his words in her mind. She has only one sentence that explains the reason why the whole world is mired in war. It turns out that he wants to put an end to the tragedy of continuous 1,000-year wars with his own hands, and although he is the Demon King, he has mercy, and this is greatness. She says that if it is really him, then perhaps he can really create a world without bloodshed. Xiaoyu looks at her in surprise and is silent for a while, and then says that she is a very cute figure. She wanted to say something, but pauses. He turns away from her when he hears that the price has already risen to 5,400 gold coins. The auctioneer repeatedly names the price of 5,400 gold coins and raises Julia's hand, saying that he congratulates him on winning the lot at the highest price. He stands there with a stunned look and thinks that he finally took part in the auction. To firmly control the wisdom of the elves in his hands, with just one effort to resist the whole world, he scattered the family wealth to the winds, but this also makes him a hero. He looks at his hand and says that he was able to get the elf in such a strange way, and now the council and the whole world will be in his hands. He thinks with sarcasm that he needs to control himself because victory is right in front of him. He holds out a bag of coins to Xiaoyi, but the system writes that the transaction failed because the elf is attached to Xiaoyi's soul and cannot be sold. He looks at his hand and sees a green aura coming from the elf, and she is chanting a spell. Yuli looks at them questioningly, and sees her telling Xiaoyi that they made a contract and from now on, he will be her master. He looks at him guiltily and says that he did not know that it would turn out like this and asks for forgiveness. Yuli asks with a serious look, how dare he joke about him? He knew he was trying to trick him. Xiaoyi says that he really didn't know it would turn out like this and asks him to forgive him and listen. He looks menacingly at Shire and says that she could also explain everything. She says sheepishly that when the rice is already cooked and has become a ready meal, there is nothing to be done, you just need to give up and not fantasize about her anymore. And to be honest, old men like him are not her type at all. Xiaoyu says displeasedly that he didn't ask her about this. Yuli points her gun at him and says that they've talked enough. An S+ level artifact appears behind him, and he says that he has one last chance to say something. The gun is preparing to fire, and Bao Bao meows questioningly. At headquarters, one of the workers says that he received instructions and the Demon Slayer 3+ is ready to launch. The target is the safe zone in front of the warehouse, and the people who ended up in this zone ask what this is and are they really the target. It's too late, and the worker reaches for the button with an angry look and says it's time to launch the strike. Bao Bao steps on his hand and he wakes up from Yulia's artifact. The cat with a menacing look says that he shouldn't direct strange objects into other people's houses. He listens to the sound of the switch on and silently looks at it for a while and then asks, is it really okay to press this? Suddenly the weapon fires and the people who are in the affected area get very scared and loudly say that it's over and the city will be destroyed. Yulia notices that the projectile has stopped and says that not only has it stopped, it seems to be coming back. Bao Bao absorbs the energy from the shot and the worker asks in surprise, how is this possible? This is the power of the creator, the most powerful and highest power in the world. He exhales some hot air and holding his stomach says that it was quite tasty. And it actually tastes a bit like the cat food that Xiaoyu gives him. The agent asks in horror how it can taste like cat food. Bao Bao turns to him and says that they can destroy the entire city. But targeting his house is a bit rude, right? He falls to the floor in horror and asks what kind of creature he is and why does he have creator-level abilities. Bao Bao says with a smirk that he should have asked what kind of creature his master is, and he is just a little cat that he raised to protect their home. The Demon Slayer explodes and the people ask what happened and was that an explosion. They notice that it is not an explosion but fireworks. The agents fall off the artifact and Bao Bao jumps on the rubble and notices Roland in prison. He looks at him with a smirk and frees him. Roland asks him why he did this. But the cat has already jumped back over the rubble and he silently watches him go. The people below say that something is falling. Are these fireworks really made of steel? The man in the blue shirt says that if they fall to the ground, then everyone will die. But the guy with white hair points his finger up and tells him to look that way. In the rubble they see Roland and say that he is the savior of the world and has risen from the flowers of fire to crush all the falling steel. Roland lands on the ground and the people say that he has saved them and that he is truly the hope of humanity. He walks on and is surrounded by admiring people who say that without him they would have done nothing and that he is their hope. He sheepishly says that he hasn't actually done anything. Fascinated by his power, the guy asks him to guide them. Roland turns around and notices that Bao Bao is sitting on one of the balconies, who looks at him slyly and thinks that the back scratcher he gave him last time was quite handy and thanks him for it. Roland sheepishly looks at him for a moment but then asks what the atmosphere is all about. Yuli shoots a laser at Xiaoyu's face and tells him that he must feel the power of Fighter 3. He asks loudly with a stunned expression, has Fighter 3 really become like a small water gun? But according to the agreement, the energy released can return the objects in the game world to their original state and rewrite them. He thinks with horror that although the real power is in Fighter 3+, and this is just a mini version of it, it should not be so weak. What is going on? He turns around and shouts the name of the artifact and asks with an angry expression, has he really turned into a firework? Xiaoyu touches his hands and calls him brother and says that he can't use a water gun to kill people just because the deal didn't go through, because he's not a child anymore. And why gather so many people just to shoot him with a water gun? He didn't think there would be a festive fireworks display today. Yuli looks devastated and thinks that the most powerful weapon given to them by the system looks festive. Xiaoyu takes it with both hands and says that although he has a good character, he better not joke like that. After all, seeing that he's not really a bad person, he wants to remind him that they can beat him up for this. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have started a fight with him now. What would happen if he met a very strong and cruel person? Would he have answered at least once if he could hear him? Yuli kneels down in front of him, agrees with him, and says that he can hear him. Belial and Babylon appear on the roof of the house from behind. She asks how the great demon king could need to save them? She has already prepared to fight to the death for him. Babylon says that who would have thought that the great demon king's moves would be so flawless. They think with admiring faces that it is really too incredible. Xiaoyu turns to the side where his pets were just now and does not see anyone. Shura looks at him questioningly and asks if there is something there. He says that he imagined it, and since the deal did not go through, he needs to go home. She asks embarrassedly if she can go with him. He says with a smile that now that she is attached to him, he can't do anything and they just need to go home. But he does not keep freeloaders. Is there something in her body that can be grown every day and sold? She says that she does not seem to have such abilities. He asks how she is doing with her household chores then. Walking off into the sunset, he also asks when the holidays will end. Otherwise the safe zone will no longer be safe, the house will no longer be worth money, and they will be poor. The soldiers look at them in silence with puzzled expressions for a while, and then one of them turns around and says that they are leaving. Yuli continues to kneel and with a sad expression on his face asks for forgiveness and says that he can no longer take risks. One of the soldiers says with disdain that he can no longer hear them, and if he knew that this would happen, then why did he even start? The result of the live broadcast was that the elf was purchased by Yuli, and the mysterious seller received a significant amount of money. All this is guesswork from the players who watched the live broadcast, and the real outcome is that the Fighter 3 Plus is damaged. In the desert, Agent 007 says that he found the wreckage. Pucci says to have the humans come here and bring the debris back, as it's time to inform God of the situation they're facing. But the so-called counselor Julius, who won the auction, didn't actually get the elf. As the first culprit, he was taken back to the heavenly city to await trial. The humans' first attack on the Demon King ended in failure, and the Demon King celebrated his victory. He looks at the flyer with a sad expression and asks why housing prices haven't gone up. Babylon and Belial exchange glances, and she says that there's nothing to be done about it, as many people fled after the riots. Belial wonders what the safe zone in front of the warehouse is. It's now completely the Demon King's territory. Besides Xia Yi, there was another person who wasn't too happy either. Roland stands in the middle of the room, feeling very sorry for being saved by the Demon King's cat. He grits his teeth and thinks that this isn't the most shameful thing. The most embarrassing thing for him is that he can't help but remember the scene when he saved him. Roland says very loudly that he needs to come to his senses. He looks down with a very worried look and thinks that this is the subordinate of the Demon King, the most evil enemy in the world. He must carefully remember what he did and what atrocities he committed. The people of that area survived only because of his help. Is it possible that he is actually a kind and good cat? He hits his head against the wall very hard and says that the more he thinks about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Blood flows down his face from this blow, and he says with an embarrassed face that he is the hope of humanity, and he is the one who leads the players to destroy the demons. He can't be deceived by a demon. An NPC comes up to him and tells the master that they received a package in his name. Roland breathes heavily, blood flows down his face, and he turns to him with a red face. This causes a very strong misunderstanding in the guy, and he silently looks at him. Roland uses the skills Unyielding, Magic Defense, and all attributes have been improved, causing magic resistance to reach the current level limit. He says that he was careless and almost got hit by the charm debuff. He must not relax for a moment while fighting demons. He turns over the gift box, notices the letter and asks, was it sent from the safe zone in front of the warehouse? The letter that Xia Yi sent said that he was the first person he had ever met who extended a helping hand to him. He doesn't know how to thank him for that. He hopes that he will like this gift. Roland opens the box and sees a small kitten sleeping inside. Its face is very red and he thinks that it is very cute. He looks at it and asks, how can he endure this? At the same time, Xia Yi is in his apartment, looking at his phone screen because of the notification he received. A happy smile appears on his face, and he thinks that it seems like Roland received an express delivery from him. He leaves the towel on the bathroom door and says that he left the towel here. Shura, who was washing herself inside at the time, turns around and thanks him for that. She sits in the bathroom and thinks that the Demon King is so gentle and caring. This Demon King is really different. He has such a powerful force and is very noble, but the prophecy says that humanity will be the final winner. How can this be allowed? She remembers that she hasn't met a single good person. Shura thinks that instead of letting the world fall into the hands of such people, it is better to let the Demon King rule the world. He might actually be able to change the future and end the war. She will let him use the wisdom of the elves and her to help him achieve all this. It is possible to unite their races with a child, for the sake of peace and love. Such arbitrary decision-making is certainly not very good. Maybe it is better to ask the master before doing anything? She was very scared by Belial's aura behind her, and the fact that she called this new girl. She looked at her with a very scary expression and said that she did not advise her to do unnecessary things. Shura turned to look at her with a scared look, but Babylon touched her shoulder with a very scary look and said that there were some rules, so she should not blame them for not telling her. She looked at her with a very scared look and thought, are they also Mr. Xiaoye's subordinates? After taking a closer look, she saw that they were S-class demons with a level exceeding 3 digits. What is going on here? Unlike the Demon King, they emit a very dangerous aura. Are they going to disobey the Demon King's will and prepare to kill her and deprive her of her elven heritage, the Wisdom Stone? But she had already decided to help the Demon King. She began to cry and thought that she should have thought of this earlier. Even though the Demon King is kind, all of his subordinates are bloodthirsty demons. How can one not envy the strength of her elven people? If a fight starts, what will the Demon King think about it? But if she doesn't fight back, then she doesn't have time to finish her thought because Belial, with a displeased look, loudly says that she shouldn't think that if their master allows her not to do housework or cut horns to sell, it means that she is the main girl in the house. Babylon agrees with her and says that she shouldn't take herself too seriously. Shura, with a very surprised and confused look, turns around and asks what happened to them. Belial says that while pursuing her master, she ate rotten apples and was killed by hated people. It was very difficult for her to return to her master. Babylon says that no matter how noble they are, they have to act like little pets and pretend to be friendly towards these selfish and ugly humans. Belial asks if she even knows how much they pay their master? Does she know how hard this is? Her face turns very red and she says that she is doing this for the Demon King. Babylon looks at her with a blank expression and wonders why she looks happy. Shura looks at her with the same expression and thinks that it is hard to appreciate. She is horrified and thinks that she seemed to understand everything. Now she understands what it is. She thought it was so simple. The road of peace chosen by the Demon King is so difficult. You have to be friendly without humiliating yourself, you have to be polite without giving up on your people. This game is so terrible that even a triple-digit demon has to try his best. She was too frivolous. And all this is thanks to the immense power and wisdom shown by the Demon King, which made her relax. She needs to put the question of having a child aside for now. Babylon looks at her and asks why she is silent. Belial says that she is not even looking at them. They are very angry because of this. They walk towards her and loudly ask, is she looking down on them? Are they going to beat her up now for being so smug? Belial starts to emit a very strong aura and loudly says that she will now show her the difference between their powers. She gets close enough and raises her fist to punch. She stops her punch because Shura bows to them and says that she does not know everything yet, so from now on she will have to ask her 2 sisters for advice. They are both touched because of this and ask what she just called them. Does she really consider them sisters? She has never heard anyone call her that before. Belial looks at her and asks if she can tell him what to teach her. Shura continues to bow and says that although she was once an elf princess, she knows that the kingdom has already fallen and all her people have perished. She woke up alone in a strange environment. Although he decided to serve Lord Xiaoye, she does not know what to do. She does not know anything about household chores and rules. She looks away with an embarrassed look and says that she asks her 2 sisters to teach her what to do. If she does something wrong and is kicked out, then she will be alone again. The 2 demonesses who heard this were greatly touched by her story and looked at her silently for a few seconds. Belial turns around and says that she is so poor, it seems. Only they can help her. Babylon looks at her and says that it seems that way. She stands up and says that from now on, if she has any difficulties, she can just tell her and she will support her. Her name is Babylon, she is level 101 and she is one of the 7 heavenly kings of the demon clan. Her special ability is transformation and she especially likes to become something big and powerful. Belial states her name and says that she is crowned as the first of the 7 heavenly kings. Her special ability is foresight. The first high-level demon who knows about the existence, appearance, and location of the demon king. She is also the only one among the demons who heard the prophecy. The cat that guards the house from the outside is the future demon lord. He is related to the demon king, and he is the one who destroyed the fighter 3+. But under the instructions of the demon king, they usually disguise themselves as small pets of the first level. Babylon says that penetrating deep into the human race and destroying it from within is the plan of the demon king. She only needs to play the role that the demon king entrusted to her well, and for other matters, she should act according to the situation. She doesn't have to worry, they get 3 cookies every day, the demon king never treats them badly. Shura claps her hands and says that she understood them, that's why Master Xiaoyi said that she is a doll. She holds out her hand to them and says that she is grateful to the sisters for their guidance. If they don't mind, then from now on they will be real first-level sisters. The demonesses stare at her outstretched hand for a few seconds without saying anything. They agree to this and do the same. Shura says with a happy face that they should work together for the sake of the master's lofty ambitions. She believes that his goal is to build a world without war. Belial says the same thing as her, but believes that his goal is to completely destroy the human race for the sake of demon rule. They say with a happy face that they will be friends from now on. Bao Bao looks at them and thinks with a smirk that at least he is the master's favorite. After a while, Shura thinks that she needs to remember everything that the maid served her in the past. After that, she started to wash Xiaoye's clothes, made breakfast with fresh ingredients, and made the bed. She planted plants in the puddle and used the 3rd-level plant growth skill. She obtained the B-rank title, Feudal Remnants. Xiaoyu was very happy with all of this. After a while, someone is riding in a car and says that the demon king seems to be sitting, eating, and waiting to die, but in fact, he has already gathered a huge force for battle. The NPC looks at the documents of all his allies and says that this is the currently known information about the creatures under the demon king's command. His attention is drawn to one of the documents, and he says that he found something. He shows a photo of Bao Bao and says with a happy expression that he found the cutest cat. The second NPC is embarrassed by this, and says loudly that he should be more serious. This is not something that can be joked about. Belial appeared first, and she also has the biggest role, and she is also in human form. She seems to have more potential than Bao Bao, right? Another NPC asks, is it that important? He agrees with it, and says that this new elf princess should not be underestimated either. After she appeared, the demon king was obviously in a much better mood. And it seems that he is not going to destroy the world yet. The NPC asks loudly, does he think this is all a coincidence? No, what he says is very logical now, he understands everything. However, there is one thing he cannot understand. He heard that after the elf appeared, even the mutant activity became higher. Moreover, her level is only 2 digits, and the demon king's is 4 digits. Does Lord Roland think that by owning her, he will be able to defeat the demon king? The so-called power of the elves is able to shake the scales? The second NPC says that this is already a secret that they cannot touch. He thinks that even mutants have been affected by this. The power of the elves, which makes all species obey it. They say that it has nothing to do with them, they just need to do their job well. Their job is to keep an eye on the demon king when he goes to the supermarket. They wait while he walks around the supermarket. After he comes out, they see if he needs a car and take him home. At the same time, at the supermarket, Xiaoyi says with a happy face that the discounts here are really big. After Shura came, his consumption of cookies has increased and he needs to buy more flour for cooking. He looks at the 2 bags of flour that are different in price. He is about to take the cheaper flour, but suddenly stops and says that the difference is small. He remembers Shura agreeing with the master and saying that she will eat the cookies. She says with a happy face that it's fine, she will definitely get used to eating. Xiaoyu noticed before that she eats alone, helpless, lonely and quiet. He puts the bag of flour back on the counter with a smile, and says it doesn't matter. Shura walks up to him, and asks the master if he's not going to buy flour. Xiaoyu turns to her, and says that they can go shopping for other necessities together. She looks at him with a blank expression, and says nothing. After that, they went to the cat department, and Xiaoyi bought 2 cat beds for the price of 3 silver coins and 50 copper coins. A new duvet for the price of 40 silver coins and 50 copper coins. A new bed for the price of 6 gold coins and 20 silver coins. Xiaoyi said with a kind smile that he would go to the checkout to pay the bill. He showed the cashier the QR code and paid for everything he decided to buy. Shura stood there and thought with a puzzled look, he bought 2 cat beds and 1 bed? At the same time at home. The demonesses were brushing Bao Bao together while he was sleeping. Suddenly, they both felt something strange at the same time, and with a frightened look, they wondered what was going on, and what kind of unknown premonition was this. Xiaoyi carried 2 filled bags from the store and told Shura that they needed to go home. She agrees and looks at Xiaoyi, who is walking towards the exit and sees 3 guys attacking an old woman and loudly saying that she should give it to them. The guy with red hair snatches the bag from the old woman and says that she does not need it. The bald guy walks towards the exit and loudly tells the others that they need to leave. Xiaoyi asks the old woman, who is shaking with fear, if she is okay. Shura looks at Xiaoyi in bewilderment. He is holding the bread that the old woman dropped. She sadly says that she was attacked by her eldest son, who has done this more than once. Xiaoyi sits next to the old woman and asks if her son took her money. The old woman holds a white lump in her hands and replies that her son needs money to improve his fighting power. Otherwise, he will not be able to survive and there is nothing to be done about it. Every time he takes her money for food and uses violence, it really scares her. The old lady loudly says that the most outrageous thing is that Xiao Bai tried to protect her, and her son did this to him. Xiaoyi asks in confusion, who is Xiao Bai? She picks up a small white dog stained with something red and says that her son smeared it with chili sauce. Shura and Xiaoyi look at the dog and simultaneously think how cute Xiao Bai is. Xiaoyi sees a system window appear, which says that he has received a daily quest to clean Xiao Bai, and the reward for completing it will be 200 experience points. He looks at the screen and thinks that this old lady has to face this again and again every day. She holds Xiao Bai in her hands and says that he knows who is kind, so he always wants to protect her, but he is too weak and not very smart. Xiaoyi says that it is sad, but they can help. He accepts the quest to clean Xiao Bai. Shura asks him to leave it to her with a smile on her face. Xiaoyi agrees to it. She says that she is very happy with the master's consent. Shura washes the dirty Xiao Bai, who is lying in the water, in the sink. At the same time, the old woman says that when she was younger, she also played like this with her husband, but he called her mistress. She asks if the girl with him was an elf. Xiaoyi replies with a smile that it is indeed an elf and asks how she knows about it. The old woman replies that everyone saw their broadcast about selling the elf, although no one knows exactly who he is. She did not expect that he would take such a precious elf with him. Xiaoyi asks what this means. She replies that she sees his kind heart and pure eyes, so she can tell that this is a creature that countless people are hunting for, and only a little carelessness, and someone will come and take her away. At the same time, in the toilet, a scary wolf-like monster grabs Shura and says that he has finally found her. The desert wolf says that he is under the command of Lord Fenrir, and was ordered to find the elf, and in fact, it took no effort for him. Shura is surprised and asks if it could be a wolf-type mutant. The wolf extended his claw and said that it is indeed worthy of the elves and their wisdom is superior to humans. Lord Fenrir is different from ordinary mutants. Everyone calls him a king, and his awakened talent is unprecedented. In time he can become a being that will replace demons. The wolf says that with the strength and wisdom of the elves, the growth of their species will be unstoppable, so he was ordered to come for her. Shura holds his fist near his necklace and says that since they watched the live broadcast, they should know that she already has a master. The wolf holds Shura's hand with his paw and asks with a smirk on his face that she really calls a weak and short old man with a bitter expression her master? Shura looks at him angrily and replies that she will give him a chance to retract his rude and ignorant words, then she will not punish him. The wolf opens his mouth and asks, does she really think she can tell him what to do? He holds Shura's hand tightly with his paw and brings his claw to her face, and says that she looks unhappy, but she was unable to break free from his shackles. The wolf looks at her arrogantly, and says that he was able to dig an underground path and get here to her with his scent, and with such a high-class sense of smell, he was able to smell him. Shura asks with a drop of sweat dripping down her face, is he really a low level? At the same time, Xiaoyi asks in confusion, is an elf in existence that many people covet? He looks at his palm and says that it is indeed very valuable. The old woman says that he must protect Shura. Xiaoyi looks at the toilet door and says that she has not come out for quite a long time. He thinks that he should go in to see how Shura is doing, but he is afraid and cannot go into the women's restroom, so he says that he should wait a little longer. The wolf squats down and says that she should obediently follow him, and after she sees Fenrir's power, she will not be able to leave. Xiaobai barks loudly and bites the wolf's hand, and he looks at Xiaobai in bewilderment. He dug into the wolf's hand and began to bite it hard. Shura looks at this and thinks that maybe he wants to protect her? The desert wolf grabbed Xiaobai's head and threw him aside with all his might. Shura looks at this in horror. The wolf, with a smirk on his face, loudly says that if she does not want to endure unnecessary pain, she should obediently follow him. Shura angrily pushes the wolf away and says that his first crime was making arrogant comments towards the demon king. His second crime is disobeying the elf princess. The wolf asks, confused, what is she talking about? Shura, covered in a green aura, says that thousands of years ago, in order to prevent anyone from using their power, she decided to seal herself and asks if he knows what this so-called elven power is that can shake the balance of the world. The wolf looks at her with beads of sweat dripping down from fear. Shura takes the wolf's paw and everyone is covered in a green aura. Xiaobai rose from the floor and looks around menacingly. The wolf, with a grin on his face, asks if she resurrected him or was it a cure? Xiaobai's level has become 75. The wolf says that it is not for nothing that so many people are eager to get her, because it is really amazing to be able to raise the level of others in an instant. Xiaobai strongly pushes off the ground and jumps towards the wolf. The enraged wolf got into a fighting stance and thinks that his fighting experience and size are an absolute advantage. Xiaobai jumped up to the wolf's head and tore it off. The wolf looked at his system window in confusion and asked himself, is it possible that his level has become the first? In fact, it is not about leveling up, but about exchanging. At the same time, the guy in the suit is looking at his phone. The guys heard a crash and got out of the car. They ask each other, is it possible that something happened in the supermarket? The guys run towards the store and one of them asks, is it possible that this could be related to the Demon King, and do they need to prepare for battle? The second guy runs ahead and answers that they are going to protect the king. The guys stop near the supermarket and saw that the fourth floor of the building was destroyed, and in the broken part of the building there is an elf. Shura watches as Xiaobai sits on the defeated monster and says that it is time to wash again. She holds the dirty Xiaobai in her arms and says that she can't let Xia Yi know that she couldn't even do such a simple task. Shura looks at the defeated wolf and turns her gaze to the two guys standing on the street. She wonders if these people from the Heavenly City came to fight the mutant, but they were too late. Shura looks at the buildings around her and thinks that people are still arguing everywhere, but they can't even protect their own territory. This world really needs to be saved by the Demon King. Xia Yi is walking near the toilet at this time. He heard loud sounds and wonders if something is wrong. The girls standing next to Xia Yi start whispering that they saw him somewhere, and it seems like it was in a report about freaks. Xia Yi thinks that he was misunderstood even before he did anything. On the other side are ruins. Shura holds Xiaobai in her arms and jumps down towards the two guys standing there. They look at her with admiration and think that she is very beautiful. Shura asks that if they came for the mutant, then maybe they are a little late? The guys say in fear that they are very sorry and ask if the Lord, the Demon King, is okay. Shura wonders in confusion that if they also call him Lord, then can it be said that they are comrades who hope that the Lord will build a new world? She remembers that Belial and Babylon told her that the Demon King wants to destroy everything from the inside. Shura holds her hand on her chest and says that she understands everything. She thinks that they came here to protect the Demon King, and even being so weak, they went to their deaths for the great Xia Yi. Shura with a languid look said that the mutants infiltrated the safe zone and they should not allow this to happen a second time. She asks with a frightening grin on her face, is it not their duty to protect the people who live here peacefully? But no matter how weak they are, they should be able to do such a simple thing. Shura looks down on them and asks, are they really going to rely on luck every time? In fact, she is happy in her heart that she was able to solve this problem, and no one was hurt. The guys kneeled and bowed, asking for forgiveness, and loudly said that they will try their best. Shura is surprised by this, and thinks that they love the Demon King very much. She appeared to them in the form of a god and told them that they can stand up. They obeyed and stood up. She smiles and says that there is one more request. Shura holds out the dirty Xiaobai and asks the guys to take care of it. Xia Yi approaches Shura and says that she has finally come out. He asks if she washed Xiaobai. Xia Yi turns his head and sees two guys cleaning the floors, and there is a hole in the wall. He asks in confusion, did a pipe burst? Shura replies with fear that a lot of water was wasted. Xiaoyi thanks the guys for their work. He tells Shura that if he knew something like this happened, he would have come to help. She must not forget to call him next time. Shura replies with a smile on her face that it was all because of her carelessness. Xiaoyi holds a clean xiaobai in his hands and tells the old woman that the mission is accomplished. She stretches out her hands to xiaobai and says that after he washed himself, his gaze became wiser. The old woman holds a package with a golden glow in her hands and says that she has prepared a gift as thanks. Xiaoyi holds an incomprehensible package that the old woman gave him. After opening it, there will be different probabilities of mastering production skills. He looks at the package sadly and thinks, is this really a low probability lottery? The old woman says that he can obtain skills depending on his luck. Xiaoyi scratches his head and replies that it is too bad, he has always had bad luck. He opens the package and finds out that he got a primal refining potion. Xiaoyi says with a smile that it is a useless skill. Shura replies that he did not do it for the reward, because the greatest reward is to enjoy helping others. Grandma says that their generosity is simply amazing. Xiaoyi goes to the exit and says that he is very happy today and next time, they will go shopping together again. In the ruined supermarket, they think that it is better for them not to come again. Under the protection of the great demon king and his servants, in the safe zone in front of the warehouse, everything is calm today. Under the night sky, there is a dormitory for NPCs with daily quests. The old woman lies in bed getting ready for bed and says that it is time to sleep, tomorrow will be another routine day. Although it is a shame, this is their job as low-level NPCs. The old lady looked at Xiaobai and said that she was sorry because she couldn't protect him and made him suffer such unpleasant things every day. The old lady's son came into the room and asked if she had made any money today. He said that he wanted to go out for a drink with his friends with a crazy smile on his face and asked for some money. He looked at Xiaobai and wondered if he came up to her on his own. After so many times, he really was a stupid dog who couldn't learn his lesson. Xiaobai pushed himself off the floor and flew towards him, barking. Some time later, Poochie was sitting in the toilet and reading the news. Gangster had been bitten and seriously injured by a cute, evil dog. Is this a loss of humanity or moral decay? The picture below the article shows an old lady saying that it's better not to have sons like that. Poochie looked forward with a surprised face and asked what he said. A mutant appeared in the safe zone? The NPC looks at the system window and says that the artificial control post is currently being strengthened to ensure that even if the steel fails, mutants will not be able to get inside. He says with a tense face with a drop of sweat running down it that this kind of mutant appeared near the Demon King, almost angering him and causing the end of the world. Poochie does not understand how this could happen. He thinks that the mutants under the influence of the Demon King evolved from plants and animals. They cannot get rid of their beast nature and mainly act under the influence of instinct. Even the mutant lizard species that attacked the safe zone earlier only has combat power, but does not have advanced thinking abilities. So the level of strength always has its limits. The mutant species can dig tunnels this far and appear exactly next to the Demon King. As if they have advanced intelligence, this cannot be a coincidence. Poochie looks at the door in front of him and asks where Roland is now. From behind the door, he is told that Mr. Roland has taken a vacation. Poochie looks down and thinks that it seems that what happened last time has affected him a lot. And at the moment, he can't help. He opens the toilet door with a serious face and says that they need to go. NPS asks what he is going to do. Poochie says that he's going to meet the god who created this world, it's Lord Moshe. Sometime later in the Heavenly City. The Demon Slayer artifact, like the Bird Steel, is a system-level weapon given to them, their Lord Moshe, to fight demons. Poochie and the NPC look at the artifact and say that it is very badly damaged. He calmly says that Julius has been punished and wonders what to do next. He turns his head towards the unknown man and says that the Demon King has such overwhelming power that it's simply impossible to defeat him. The man crossed his palms and said that there's no need to worry. Archbishop Hyphus of the 98th level says with a satisfied face that the main thing is to believe and they will win. He looks at the image of Moshe and asks, his lord will never deceive them, right? No matter what, first they need to report the destruction of the Demon Slayer 3 to Lord Moshe, let him guide them. Hyphus took a golden cup in his hand and put it to his forehead. In his other hand, he took a wooden staff and hit the cup. He spread his hands in different directions and the cup and staff flew up. 3 days later, he returns and with a surprised look thinks that there was no reaction at all. Hyphus looks at the cup and says how could this happen? Poochie with a frightened face says that this means that the power of the Demon King is so great that it affects even God. Moshe, made of energy, loudly says that he accidentally fell asleep. He looks at the system window and wonders where so many missed calls come from. Hyphus and Poochie look at the image of Moshe at the same time and loudly say that their God has appeared. He has answered them. It is true. Hyphus holds the cup in his hand and says with a satisfied face that it turns out they were not abandoned, and that is great. The eyes of the image of Moshe light up and he says that his people are suffering. He did not think that there would be an opponent that even the artifact of the demon slayer number 3 could not defeat. Hyphus opened his mouth, putting his hands on his chin, and says that his merciful Lord really knows everything. Of course, he always pays attention to them. He is very touched. The image of Moshe thought that this does not mean that he always pays attention to them. The debris is right behind them now. He can see them at a glance. Hyphus looked forward and with a sad face says loudly that as he said, the worlds merge and new players come. But something unexpected happened. He holds a book in his hands and with a serious expression says that they wrote down everything that happened. Moshe asks in surprise, is this a report on the battle with demons? This is really interesting. He opens the book and says, let's see how heroically you fight demons. Moshe throws the book aside and looks at the system window. He says loudly that he asked to destroy him, not to suck up to him. Hyphus looks up and says loudly that if they fight with their current forces, they will simply lose. He did say that when the Demon King appeared, he would be a child, but this is clearly not true. Moshe crossed his arms and asked what he meant. Was he blaming him? Hyphus replied that they simply believed that if his predictions were more accurate, they would not be in this situation. Moshe looked at the system window and asked that even if he told him that the Demon King was a 4-digit level, he would be able to defeat him? Hyphus replied that this was not entirely true, because Roland almost died because of this erroneous information. The image of Moshe asked with displeasure, was he blaming him for this? Hyphus bowed his head and apologized. He is omniscient and omnipotent, he is always right. Moshe crossed his legs and said that he acknowledged that they had reason to blame him. Hyphus raised his head and thought with a puzzled face that this irritated him. Moshe looked at the book and thought that he should not have been so strong from the beginning. Even his artifact that he created was destroyed so easily. To a certain extent, it can be considered a surprise. In this case, there are only 2 ways to resist him: wait for the players to grow up, or intervene personally and kill him. Moshe extended his hand forward and said with a satisfied face that he was just pretending to be cool. Let's talk casually, now is not the time for quarrels. A yellow flame lit up around the image of Moshe. Hyphus and Poochie watch this at the same time and say that this is the power of creation, he has performed another miracle. They look at the restored artifact. Hyphus loudly says that this is the reset and restoration of the system artifact number 3 in an instant. It is not for nothing that he is its master, this is a miracle. Moshe removes his hand from the keyboard and says that Julius has already become history. Humanity needs a new fighting force to protect the players and their growth. Poochie looks at the gun that appeared in front of him in confusion. The image of Moshe looks at him and says that the new owner of the Demon Slayer number 3 is chosen by him. Take up arms and continue to fight for humanity. Poochie points at himself in surprise and asks if he is the new owner. The image of Moshe says that she sees his ambition and courage to rise to the top. Poochie, puzzled, says that even if the system artifact number 3 is working again, he will not be able to defeat it. The image of Moshe holds the hilt of the sword and looks down at Poochie, and says that he can be sure that if he dies in battle, he will go to heaven. He looks at the image of Moshe in awe and wonders if he will really go to heaven. Hyphus endlessly thinks that it is a great happiness to have a chance to go to heaven. Poochie looks at Hyphus sadly and offers to give it to him, but he refuses. The image of Moshe says that there is no need to worry. For thousands of years, humanity has always defeated all the races in this world and has never suffered a defeat, and this time will be no exception. Poochie puts his fist on his chest in delight, and says loudly that he prays with all his heart to live to see that day. Moshe lies on the bed and thinks that the main thing is to ensure the future growth of both Roland and the other players. He has nothing to worry about. Whether it is talent or faith, this child is a rare diamond. Having been chosen by the hope of humanity, he has shown perseverance and skill that surprised even him. No matter how strong the opponent is, he will never give up, he will always find a way to win, and if it is him, then no matter how scary the Demon King is, he will definitely fight to the end. After all, he is the hope of humanity that will never be lost. The image of Moshe asks for Roland's father to come back. Hyphus asks in bewilderment, Has it really reached such a serious stage that they have to call the title of the #1 demon slayer who holds the defense on the front lines? The image of Moshe replies that it is true, and they cannot let the hope of humanity fall. The NPC runs across the battlefield to Dali to give him a message. He says that something important has happened and Mr. Dali is asked to return to the heavenly city immediately. Lord Dali stands on a cliff below a horde of monsters, saying that they were lucky this time. When he returns and takes out the family's treasures, they had better prepare to be completely exterminated in one blow. Dali is one of the 12 advisors, also one of the highest-ranking beings in the heavenly city, and unlike other members, his position is hereditary. Since the founding of the heavenly city, his family has been the vanguard of the fight against demons. The current head of the Dali family is an unparalleled god of war, having fought 49 battles with the demon army without a single defeat. Due to his brutal methods and absolute composure, he is called the Iron-Blooded Demon Slayer. After the battle, Dali arrived at the building where the NPC was already waiting for him. He asked why he was called back. The guy said that it was Lord Roland. Dali bowed his head and thought about the fact that Roland was his only son. As the heir of Dali, he came to Earth to guide the players. Although he is called an iron-blooded killer on the battlefield, like his father, he has never missed his growth. Dali knows him well. He is the most hardworking and outstanding person in the heavenly city. He is the person destined by fate to lead everyone to the final victory. Dali asks if Roland has achieved great results on Earth. He walked into the huge building and began to inspect it. He asked in horror, where is the treasure passed down from generation to generation in their family? The guy holds his hands behind his back and says that something happened to Mr. Roland in the rear when he was fighting the demons on the front lines. Dali puts his hands together and thoughtfully tells him what he learned from the guy. In other words, Roland gave the Demon King everything he could and even fought monsters of a higher level in order to find an elf for the demon to be a pet. He thinks in anger that he should calm down and not panic. These are all small scenes. On the battlefield he is called Iron-Blooded, and he never rushes even if he faces 3,000 enemy troops alone. He must look at everything from his son's perspective and think carefully. The guy says that Roland said that he informed him about it. Dali angrily says loudly that he only said about the dragon's claw, but did not say that he was selling out their family. He shakes with anger and says that he needs to think calmly, and maybe the pressure of the mission to save humanity is too great. After a while, the unknown person says that otherwise they will find him a psychiatrist. On the table are resumes of girls with good work experience. Roland looks at the resume with a thoughtful face. He put the sheet on the table and said that he does not need it. Dali asks if he knows why their family was able to win every battle and have the status they have today. Roland says with surprise that it is because they believe in the Lord 100%. Dali puts his hand in his pocket and says that this is not just a slogan. He takes out a necklace with a huge stone that illuminates everything with a yellow light and says that this is different from all their relics. It is a true treasure of their family. It is the artifact of the #1 demon slayer, the Durandal pendant, given to him by the Lord. As much as the holder is pious to the Lord, so many times can his fighting power be increased, and of course, it can be used to test the owner's loyalty to the Lord, because only by maintaining 100% loyalty can he show strength. Dali stands up and says that he has never lost a battle with demons, so he cannot understand what is so scary about them. He holds the artifact in his hand and says that he has decided to give it to him. Roland looks at the relic with interest and thinks that it seems that his father does not suspect him. Dali hands the relic to Roland and says that he is still young and it is completely reasonable to be afraid, but a firm heart is the most powerful force. Roland sadly thinks that disappointment and misunderstanding are inevitable things, because his father has never lost a battle with demons. No matter how terrible the danger, he does not lose heart. He looks at the relic that sparkles in his hand and thinks that by giving it to him, he can gain the strength to fight the Demon King. He understands his father's good intentions and will definitely rise and try harder. They look in amazement at the artifact in which new colors have appeared. Dali asks why there is an impurity in this holy light. He says with bewilderment that in the family records for more than 1,000 years, there has never been a mention of the artifact being broken, which means that an impurity of infidelity has appeared in the heart. Roland holds a piece of paper in his hand and asks for this psychotherapist to be hired for him. Dali says that he has also noticed this. Roland puts the artifact away and takes out something from another pocket. He says that the Durandal anomaly may be related to this. They watch as the artifact began to glow with great power. It illuminated the entire space around with its bright light. Dali took it from him and asked if it was a toy. Roland said loudly that he should take a closer look. Deli saw that it was a real cat, a system-level magic weapon. He said in surprise that there should only be 13 system-level artifacts in this world, given by God. The powerful Demon Hunter artifact number 8, the bird gun, which possessed the absolute seal, was disassembled into parts, and its components were used to build safe zones on Earth, 66 pieces in total. Source weapon number 3, Source Cannon, and Demon Slayer number 1, Durandal, who is able to transform the power of faith into real physical strength. Deli said in horror that these 3 items are among the 13 system-level artifacts, but these 3 things currently cannot cause significant harm to the Demon King. He holds a small cat in his hand and says that it seems ordinary, but it is stronger, deeper, and even more incomprehensible. Deli says with delight that it is really great. As long as they have this, they can easily win no matter how strong the enemy is. He asks where Roland got this. He replies that it is a gift from the Demon King. Deli asks with annoyance how could the Demon King give this? Roland says that moreover, there are many of them in the Demon King's house, and he created this one when he was practicing. In addition, even the Elven Redstone, which has a system level of S+, has already ended up in his hands. Deli pressed Roland to his shoulder, and said that he understands what he is facing and did not know that the Demon King is so powerful. He asks how much must he have suffered because of him? Roland tells his father not to worry, because he has already come to his senses. He handed over the number 1 Demon Slayer to him, and he will definitely crush the Demon King and will not let him down. Deli says in despair that the number 1 Demon Slayer is not enough. He never thought that the day would come when he would have to hand over the last trump card that his family has passed down for generations to Roland. Roland asks loudly in admiration if they have anything more powerful, and what is this last trump card. Deli replies that when he faces a strong enemy that even the Demon Slayer artifact cannot defeat, there is a last trump card that their family has not used for thousands of years. He asks him to raise his left hand first, then his right. Roland says loudly that they should stop joking, because this is their last trump card. Deli says with interest that even his last trump card he noticed, he is worthy of being his proud heir. Roland asks what trump card he should have noticed. Deli kneels and begins to bow. He says that the advanced version is to kneel and bow. They start to quarrel with each other and Roland yells at his father so loudly that it can be heard throughout the house. At the same time, unknown people are discussing that the Demon King is nowhere to be found, Belial is dead, and there is no news from Babylon. The demoness with red hair says that they are now in a desperate situation. Mammon crossed her arms and says that they need to send a small team to search for traces of the Demon King. The male demon said with horror that they only had 1 team left, and even the demons who protected the base and the children were gone. Mammon took off her glasses and resolutely said that if they did not find the Demon King, they would have no choice but to die. Until their location was revealed, they had to take risks. After some time, the demons went to look for the king and on the way they met a bus with people. The bus driver, horrified, thinks that he met demons. The demons thought that they had only walked 3 kilometers and, as luck would have it, they met people. The people got off the bus and headed towards the demons. They loudly say that we must be brave and fight to the death. The battle between humans and demons began, when suddenly something hit the ground at a great speed. Humans and demons covered their faces with their hands and asked in amazement what it was that fell. From a cloud of smoke, a huge red wolf-like monster appeared. It was Fenrir. Everyone around asked in fear, how is it possible for an S-rank mutant to appear here? Fenrir said with a grin that he came here because he smelled food. He runs towards the humans with all his speed, grabs one person with his paw and starts biting his head. Fenrir looks at his paw and says that as expected, his strength has increased again. He angrily says that if this continues, it is quite possible that they will actually be able to absorb the demons and take their place. Another wolf-like monster tells Mr. Fenrir to quickly take a look. The monster shows a bus and says that it looks like these people accompanied it. Fenrir looks inside the bus with a frightening look and sees children there. At the same time, Poochie crossed his arms and asked in horror, how did the children disappear outside the safe zone? The NPC says that after the incident with Demon Slayer number 3, they developed an evacuation plan. They sent the children under 16 away from the safe zone to protect them from the Demon King. However, they lost contact with them. According to their data, a fight occurred at the scene, and traces of demons and mutants were found. Poochie asked, weren't they ordered to keep an eye on the Demon King and is there any news? The guy replies that according to the report, the Demon King left his house early in the morning and moved to the center of the safe zone. During this period, he helped an old woman cross the road, fed a stray cat, pointed out a freak on the bus, set up a stall in the square in the center of the safe zone, did not sell anything, but chatted with old people for 3 hours, and now he has returned home and is sleeping. Poochie slams his fist on the table and says angrily that the demon is very sinister and cunning. He actually hid his evil so deeply. He says that they need to determine if the disappearance of the children is related to the Demon King, and they need to continue the investigation. Poochie thinks that the NPC's plan was the cause of the disappearance of the children. If the rumor spreads, the reputation of the Heavenly City will definitely suffer. The children must be found as soon as possible. It is time for humanity's hope to regain its strength. Poochie dialed Roland's number, and hears that the number he dialed is temporarily unavailable. Meanwhile, Deli holds a beautiful box in his hands and says that it took a long time to choose, but in the end he chose a gift for meeting the Demon King. Roland thinks that his father, whom he is proud of since childhood, is actually so shameless. He points his fingers at Deli, and says loudly that showing kindness to the Demon King is temporary. Their ultimate goal is to defeat him. Deli asks, "Isn't it obvious, and why say it so loudly on the doorstep of someone else's house?" He presses the doorbell and a huge monster appears in front of them, asking if they are looking for death. Roland looks at the huge monster in horror, and wonders if this could be the Demon King's warning to the enemies who are about to enter his territory. Deli adjusts his glasses and says that he senses the Demon King, just like he senses him. As an iron-blooded demon slayer, he has tortured and killed countless members of his family, and this ghost is the most direct warning he has given him. The huge monster shrinks in size and says in bewilderment that Xia Yi is busy. The Demon King's subordinate monster turns out to be the doorbell, asking if they can come another time. Deli holds a gift in his hands and looks at it with respect. The doorbell says that it is useless to look at him like that, he will not say anything anyway. They look at Bao Bao, who has hidden to lick his fur. Bao Bao arrogantly says that the Demon King is sleeping and he offers to sit and wait for him. They sit on chairs and wait for the Demon King. After a while, Xia Yi opens the door and loudly says that he accidentally fell asleep too deeply. Roland says with a smile on his face that they just arrived. Deli replies that they did not wait long. Xia Yi asks who is standing next to Roland. He replies that it is his father, and he holds a position in the Heavenly Council. Xia Yi is puzzled, thinking why did he bring him to him. Deli scratches the back of his head and says that he became a fan of his after watching that broadcast and heard that Roland knew him, so he came to visit. Xia Yi is amazed that it turned out that he was misunderstood. In fact, he is not an important person at all and is not rich, but just a commoner who does not know how to fight. Deli smiles and says that he did not expect that Mr. Xia Yi is much more handsome in person than in the video. He is embarrassed to say that he is being too polite. Deli asks him to let him give him a massage. Xia Yi is confused and refuses, but he still kneels down and starts cleaning the shoes, and says that his shoe cleaning skills are also top-notch. Xia Yi is horrified and asks if this is too much. Roland looks at this with disgust and says nothing. Xia Yi thinks that these NPCs are really chasing stars like this now. He says that he is an ordinary person and their relationship should be more normal. Deli puts his tongue to his shoe and says that he understands him and asks him to accept a small gift. Xia Yi opens the mysterious box and is illuminated by a blue light. The gift was an S-Class automatic vacuum cleaner. Deli says with a smile that this is a vacuum cleaner containing power, and that Xia Yi will need this gift because his house is very big. The vacuum cleaner began to fly all over the room. It flew up to Babylon and tried to suck up her hair. It also flew up to Belial and began to vacuum her hair. Xia Yi watched this with joy and said that it looks interesting. Deli optimistically thinks that he caused such a joyful smile on the Demon King's face, which speaks of his abilities. Gift giving should be consistent with the other person's personality, hobbies, and living conditions. A fully automatic vacuum cleaner can not only help him clean the house, but also play with the figurines and create a visual enjoyment effect. Not only will it satisfy his life's needs, but it will also make him think of us every time he sees the vacuum cleaner working hard. Roland uses telepathy to say that he learns something from his father. Deli asks if he thinks of him as a dog. It seems that both he and the Demon King are confused and have ignored his wisdom. This S-Class artifact looks harmless to humans and animals. In fact, it is equipped with the latest divine artificial intelligence system. It can calculate the action pattern that is most pleasing to others, and using it for a long time can paralyze the Demon King's mind, causing him to play with it and lose his power. If this continues, it will be the humans who will win without a fight. Xia Yi picks up the vacuum cleaner, and a bright blue light comes out from it. Billy looks at this in horror and thinks, what happened here? The vacuum cleaner in Xia Ye's hands transforms into a weapon. He asks in surprise, why did it transform? Deli thinks it's strange. How is it possible to turn it into a weapon just by touching it? In addition, it is equipped with the latest divine artificial intelligence, which has a computing power far superior to that of humans. It can immediately analyze and obtain comprehensive information about the owner, and also calculate the best model that the owner will like. Deli realized that after analyzing all the information about the Demon King, the vacuum cleaner immediately surrendered to him. Xia Yi holds the weapon in his hands and asks if he is okay and why did he suddenly kneel down. Deli sat down on the sofa and said that he just felt weak in his legs, so he could not control them. Xia Yi says that he can sit down and rest. He is very grateful that they brought such a heavy gift, although they are not feeling well, but he cannot accept it. Deli wonders how he could refuse the gift. Maybe he prefers living creatures? He looks at Xia Yi with a smile and asks if he prefers small animals, then does he have elves, dwarves, hyenas or werewolves? Xia Yi says with an embarrassed face that there is something he would like to ask them for. Most likely, he will need to give them something too, and if he accepts their gift, it will be very awkward to ask for something. Roland asks in amazement what he wants to ask for? Xia Yi thoughtfully says that when he was returning home, he heard that several children had gone missing outside the safe zone. He remembers how he was returning home. The old woman says that he is now a very important person who lives in a magnificent house and is friends with high-level NPCs. The old people ask Xia Yi to find a solution if he has the opportunity. Even if it is just a few words of advice from Mr. Roland. Everyone in the safe zone in front of the warehouse knows that he is the one listening to him the most. If Roland wants to intervene, he will definitely be able to find the children. After listening to him, Roland called someone and asked them to send the information to his mobile phone. He looks at the phone screen and thinks that it is normal for mutants to attack people, but if they destroyed all the guards before they could call for reinforcements, their fighting power must be much superior, and this has attracted the attention of the Demon King. He wonders if this incident could be a destructive threat. Xia Yi asks if he could save these children, although it is very presumptuous. He says with a very sad face that he is worried about them. Roland thinks that something is wrong here. As a majestic Demon King, why is he calling for the children to be saved? If the war drags on, the children will become the main force in the fight against the demons. Roland thinks that Xia Yi is pretending to be harmless to people and animals, but in fact, he has some evil and cunning plan. He looks at the phone screen and says that the report said that the traces of the mutants shown did not kill them on the spot. Instead, the school bus was towed. It is still impossible to determine the logic of the mutants' behavior and the reasons behind it, but since they have a goal, the children are most likely alive now. Xia Yi, with tears in his eyes from joy, says that this is really wonderful. Roland looks at him in bewilderment, and thinks that this is such a good act that he still has to pretend to believe it. If he can be kept under control, all these humiliations will not matter. Roland and Xia Yi hold each other's hands and say that this is God's blessing. He, with a straight face full of confidence, says loudly that he will definitely save the children. Xia Yi, with admiration, says loudly that he is great and will wait for good news. Roland walks straight ahead confidently and says that he will definitely complete the task. After a while, he stands surrounded by blue windows in the Sky City. Roland loudly tells the NPS on the front lines to take orders, block all mutants above level 50 within 100 kilometers and track their movements for 3 hours. We need to select those groups of mutants that show signs of collective behavior. Hand out tasks to the players so that their priority is carnivorous mutants, and collect evidence of the missing children. Roland enthusiastically thinks that in this way he will be able to get news as soon as he finds a clue, so the Demon King can just wait for good news. Deli thinks that Roland is very motivated to complete the Demon King's mission. He chose to cooperate with him, giving up the S-Class vacuum cleaner. It seems that Roland has surpassed him in trying to please the Demon King. This is really calming, then he can calmly return. Deli holds the vacuum cleaner and says with a sad expression that only by stabilizing this pedantic top management can he be given time to grow. This is something only he can do. Deli leans his hand against the wall and says that from now on, he will be accompanying his son, the artificial intelligence of divine power. Deli puts the vacuum cleaner against the wall, and the walls of the building began to glow with a bright red light. The vacuum cleaner says that the divine power of the artificial intelligence is connecting to the network of the heavenly city. The artificial intelligence starts network monitoring of all the people in the city. If any anomaly occurs, it will be reported to the Demon King. He thinks with horror that this is the real reason why the Demon King refused to accept the vacuum cleaner. After a while, Xiaoyi stands outside under the starry sky and says that Roland has already intervened and there is no need to worry, because he will find the children. People crowd around him and loudly say that if he can't do it, no one will. An unknown woman in the crowd says that the Sky City has just released a lot of reward quests, calling on everyone to hunt mutants and find the whereabouts of children. Xiaoyi smiles and says that this is very good, now they can rest easy. The woman puts her hand on her scarf and says that successfully completing the mission will also increase their reputation in the Sky City, and in the future, all interaction costs will be reduced by 5%. Xiaoyi looks dumbfounded, thinking that if in the future, shopping at stores, transaction fees, and production skill training can be reduced by 5%, then rounding it up will be 1,000,000. Besides, these quests were released after he asked Roland for help. It would be a little awkward if it became known that he would be participating too. After a while, Xiaoyi is standing outside the building, a backpack with many rolls of paper on his back, and he is holding a sign saying that he will pay for help in completing the quest. An unknown guy approaches Xiaoyi and asks if he is not a big internet celebrity. The unknown blue-haired guy looks at Xiaoyi and says that he is the village chief. The village chief says that he saw him on live TV before and thought that he was very popular. He asks how it is possible to get to the point where no one agrees to help him. Xiaoyi scratches his head and says that it is a long story. At the same time, in the alley of the building, an unknown guy tosses a silver coin into the air. The guy with black hair lies on the ground and with a terrified face says loudly that all the rewards are here and asks him to take them and let him go. He will also deliver them on time tomorrow. The guy in the hood continued to toss the coin and says that if he does not want them to post his photos on the World Channel, he should do as they say. The player excitedly says that these new missions are a goldmine. Their commander has collected so many low-level ones, thanks to this they can enjoy success and earn a lot of money. An unknown girl with brown and long hair stands next to the guy and says that collecting so many naked photos of low-levelers, their commander is really great. The girl began to call the commander. She turns her head and watches as the headman puts his hand on Xiaoyi. The girl asks with a smile on her face, has the commander already managed to find another low-leveler? The guy with white hair wonders in bewilderment, isn't he from their year? He rents an apartment off campus and does not go to classes. The headman throws coins to Xiaoyi and says that seeing how pathetic he is, he will help him. He examines the silver coin in his hand and asks how high his rating is. The headman says with a smirk that he does not understand anything at all. The guy in the hood loudly says that getting into the top 5,000 in the world, that is, the top 0.1%, is just great, and he is a newbie and has no eyesight at all. The girl loudly says that the headman used to win the college esports championship. The chieftain raised his hand and proudly said that these things were not necessary to mention. Xiaoyi said that he really has little experience, and he has only been in a team once. He asked if he could go on a mission with them. Xiaoyi waited a long time to meet a team with real combat skills willing to take him along. He looked down on him and said that 3 silver coins are not enough and asked if Xiaoyi hopes that they will let their team down and let him join. He said that he can pay. The chieftain disdainfully asked how much can one get from being a level 1. Xiaoyi sent him 2 gold coins. He thought with a drop of sweat on his face that he had only been able to save up 2 gold coins in all his time working. How come this newbie has as much money as him, who is among the top 5,000 in the world? Xiaoyi looked at them with a terrifying gaze and said that the full payment would be 5 gold coins, and after the mission was over, he would give them another 3. Considering their level and ranking, he feels that even if it is expensive, it is still a suitable option. After all, he only paid 10 gold coins to the number 1 team in the world. The class rep looks at Xiaoyi angrily and thinks that he is disgusting. For some reason, he feels like he is being lenient towards him. Some outcast of the class, after just one live broadcast, already dares to show off in front of him? He had not planned to take any action against him, but now he has changed his mind. He will lure him outside the safe zone and teach Xiaoyi a lesson, then take a naked photo of him. The class rep will turn him into his subordinate, take away all his belongings, and see if he dares to show off in front of him anymore. He says with a smirk that since they are all classmates, there is no point in talking about money and asks if it is natural for them to help each other. They move to a place where players of all classes can hunt monsters. The hooded guy says that he shouldn't run around in this place, otherwise he will be eaten by mutants, and he might not be able to save him in time. Xiaoyi opens the system window and says with a smile on his face that he shouldn't scare him by saying such things. He asks if he will protect him? After all, he still needs to pay the remaining amount. The headman stands in a fighting stance and says that, to be honest, he doesn't care at all about his final payment. Xia Yi puts away the paper rolls and says that it's already done and they should keep it up. He asks how much more needs to be done to get the reputation reward. Xia Yi says enthusiastically that it seems like it will be enough. After completing the task, he will receive the title of Friend of the Sky City. The headman keeps his hands in his pockets and says that if all the tasks are completed, you need to return to the city. Xia Yi flips through the system window and says that it's already dark and the tasks he took are really too difficult. They walk through the night city where they completed the tasks. The hooded boy asks how come everything changed so suddenly this time? In the past, there was always a lot of digging and searching, and the tasks were very difficult. The girl replies that she doesn't know and that she'll have to ask when they return. The headman looks ominously and thinks that it got dark just in time. He needs to be taken to a place where there is no one. Xia Yi continues walking along the road and asks if they are sure they should go this way. He turns around and wonders if Xia Yi has figured out his plans. Suddenly, a pack of huge mutant wolves surrounds them. They think that they will not be easy to handle. Xia Yi runs and loudly says that everyone should run away. Someone pushes him into two wolves, who run towards him with their mouths open. Xia Yi falls and sees the headman and the girl running further. He thinks that they will betray him and run away themselves. The mutant opened its huge mouth and tried to eat Xia Yi. He was terrified that it was all over,